Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Premiership League of the 50 Overs League. This is a clash between Rounders CC and Aboojo here at Entebbe Cricket Ground. Quarter is the call there. It's taken by Brian Mark Masaba, the former captain of the Cricket Cranes. Ivan Tawithamwera has to depart. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kasozi Jeff Mwesigwa alongside Ivan Sprian Sajabi. Microphone check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cricket Oval. It's yet match the number 13 of the UCMN's 50 Over League. This is the Premiership edition of this league. We are here at the Lakeside Oval, where Aboojo are taking on Rounders Cricket Club. Tables Bay there in his run-up. Very smooth as loved seat. And the two batters currently in Brian Asab and Joseph Baguma for the Aboojo. Of course, Aboojo won the toss and elected to have his last weekend still here at the Lakeside Oval. Unfortunately for Aboojo, they were held to a draw by Wanderers, and they would love to bounce back in this particular contest. Kunsa Cyrus continuing from the golf course end. Of course, we saw Aboojo starting in high gear. Baseball like cricket happening here at the lakeside. 29 for 1. Even South Emirwa falling with only 11 runs from 6 deliveries. He was scoring so quickly until he gave that catch at long on to Brian Maka Masaba. Aboojo losing their first wicket And the inform Joseph Baguma was the new man who replaced him. Cyrus Kunsa there to ball from the side of the golf clubhouse. Crampos him for room on that occasion. Kunsa Cyrus left arm seamer, but very, very good and smooth and cool. He was also part of the under 19 setup that represented Uganda in that under 19 World Cup qualifier earlier this year in Nigeria. Unfortunately, he did not make the cut. A little tickle down, half chance to run out, but Daudi Mweso was just not holding onto that one, and they managed to take that single.
Very, very good running between wickets between these two. So that earlier in the previous over, and they replicate that in this.
Through the cover area, Calvin Watua manages to collect that one, and Aboojo still scoring a running ball. 31 for 1 after 3.4. Solid start for them here at the Lakeside Oval. Of course, with showers in some parts of the country, Entebbe Cricket Oval did not receive any, but it's been overcast since morning. The clouds have covered the skies. Thick clouds, nimbus clouds. You could say that maybe anytime from now the showers might pour, but as it stands, nothing has happened yet. That will mark the end of the fourth over and keep the score to 32 for 1.
Last weekend, Rounders Cricket Club at this very ground managed to beat Tornado Bees by 103 runs. Whereas Aboojo and Rounders held each other by the collars, both sides off as they take that single just when the ball is right in his hands. Aboojo Cricket Club trying to make sure that they get themselves off to a solid total. Of course, earlier on at the toss, Innocent Mwebas for Aboojo Cricket Club won the toss and elected to bat first. We've seen Rounders also in the few wins that they have gotten in this season, they have managed to get them by batting first. So they feel that if they believe in instincts, losing the toss could put them on the back foot already. A bit full, tapped just down to the gully area. No run taken, but in solid, fine shape there. Joseph Baguma, among the few players who have scored centuries this season. We saw him scoring a century and having a 5-wicket haul in the same game. Good stats there for the youngster. Plays that one through the cover area. It's running away, but a bit of a slow outfield. Kosa Cyrus with the chase. And they managed to pick up 2 runs. Good running between the wickets for these two Aboojo batters who are in at the moment. And Joseph Baguma will change a blade there. Because Joseph Baguma known as a bowling all-rounder, but being dropped at 1 down because of the fine form that he has been possessing in the previous games. Plays that one down to the mid-off area, and they take another single. At least one of the things that Aboojo have tried to do in this game is try and make sure that they get a run from every ball. Of course, Brian Asawa in with 20, and Joseph Baguma with 4 runs. Campos him for room. They don't take the risk. Nareda Singh found himself running around that one, and that will mark the end of the 5th over. 40 runs on board already for Aboojo. Of course, this is match day number 13 of the UCA Men's League. Of course, the league happening in 2 divisions, Division 1 and Division 2. Today, 3 fixtures are on the cards. Of course, one being this very one rounders taking on Aboojo in the Division 1 of the Men's 50 over league, whereas the other 2 fixtures are in the Laker Women's T20 Cup. Costa Cyrus is back. That is played up and over. A bit straight, but Brian Masawa running around it. He manages to save that one from going out, and only 2 runs are given away. The league will continue tomorrow, and in Division 1, Catch Tigers will visit Jack at Ginger SS Cricket Oval, whereas Tornado Bees will visit Cylon Lions at the Selente Park in Kamengo. In the other games that are happening in the women's category, in the UCLA Laker Women's T20 League, Mokono Development is in Ginger playing Ginger SS. That is played through the point area. Point and cover just looked at it as it sails away to the boundary. But what a nice looking shot there from Aboojo's Joseph Baguma. Beats all the fielders. And he picks up yet another boundary. Aboojo are scoring quick this morning. With some width on offer there. And a good placement from Baguma. Good looking shot, but a brilliant stop there from Sirajen Sobuka. Putting his body down on the line to make sure that they don't take any run. But what a good start there for Aboojo Cricket Club. They made sure that they capitalize on the first power play when only 2 fielders are outside. Looks like that has hit Stephen Wabose's fingers, the wicketkeeper for Rounders Cricket Club. Joseph Ogma playing it late. He tried to stop it, but eventually not holding onto that catch. A bit of a tough chance In the other games that are happening, Mount St. Henry's High School is taking on Ginger Secondary School in the UCA Women's Like a T20 match. And this is the first match of the day. Of course, two fixtures will be played at Ginger SS Cricket Oval at T20 in the morning and the other in the afternoon. Mount St. Henry's won the toss and elected to bowl first. The game just getting underway. There is another fixture happening in the UCA Like Women's T20 Cup between Sorority State and Tornado Bees, and there is no update yet from Florida Oval. Plies it through covers again, chips in a dive. Irshad doesn't get hold onto it, and that will go. They will manage to milk some 2 runs there. Aboojo holding their blades with a bit of power, hitting hard at everything, throwing hands at anything they could see. Last ball of the 6th over. Flies it straight. That will go down. Brian Mark Masaba chips in the dive. Brilliant work there from Brian, former captain of the Cricket Cranes. One of the things you cannot rule out of Brian Mark Masaba is that good fielding. A double is taken, and that will mark the end of the over. 50 runs come up after 6 overs. Aboojo have lost just 1 wicket. The wicket of Ivan Thewethemura. But what a good start they have had here at the left side oval. Of course, that is the beautiful Entebbe Cricket Oval. A cricket oval in the heart of a golf course. You see the beautiful trees, the beautiful place. And if you're just watching in, this place is near the shores of Lake Choga. Sorry, the shores of Lake Victoria, the biggest lake in Africa. So expect the breeze to keep in. Of course, there's Stephen Wabose still in your frame. He was hit in the previous over, but looks like he's not yet fine. Tembos Bay already on his run-up. He's been expensive today, giving away 23 runs in just 3 overs. But Tembos Bay, one of the bowlers look out for this season. He's really been so good with the ball. He currently has 22 wickets, tied with Joseph Baguma and Yashasi Vijoshi in the Division 1. Tembos Bay has the best bowling figures in this season so far. Tries to work that one backward of the square, just past the wicket keeper. Confirmation of by runs there from the umpire. Whereas Bailey's best bowling figures are 7. He picked up 7 wickets and went for that 9 in 10 overs. With good figures there. Anas Beg of Tornado Bees Cricket Club has the highest individual score in the tournament. Good shot. Down to long on. Jonathan there stops that one. One thing about your cricket club have tried is trying to make sure that they score on every ball. To try and make sure that they keep Wanderers onto some bit of pressure. That 5 matches played in the first division, 214 players and 80,916 runs scored already. Bowls him right away. Goes down to 1 knee to play it back out of the square, but misses the line through his gates, and Brian Asawa will have to depart. Good line and length there from Tembos Bay to pick the second wicket for Rounders Cricket Club. 52 for 2 is now the score for Aboojo. Of course, he will be disappointed of the shot that he was trying to play there, Brian Asaba. A more vertical bat could have given him chance to maybe stick in, try and make sure that you look at the V area as the best scoring option for you. The departure of Brian Asaba brings in Fortunate Alijuna, also part of the team that played in the Under-19 World Cup in 2022. The last appearance for Uganda on that stage. Of course, Uganda failing short in 2 attempts after that. In 2023 in Dar es Salaam and in this year in Nigeria. Fortunate Alijuna will find the score at 52 for 2. Also known for his classic batting. Very, very strong in the V area. Fortunate Alijuna. I think now it's time for Aboojo Cricket Club to make sure that they change their strategy. Try and play the overs. Place a bit of time, the runs will come. It's a 50-over game where you don't wish to be playing and scoring as though you're playing a T20 match. Aboojo, a team that it's that one hard down to the deep mid-wicket area. And he gets off the mark. Loud applause there. As Alijuna has been struggling in the previous games. You hear here from his teammates trying to give him that support to comfort him and tell him that you're watching. So just keep looking for the grind. Just keep holding onto the groove. I think it's time for Rounders to make sure that they add some more pressure. As there is a new batter in, Chambers will be disappointed of himself not holding onto that one. That was clearly played back to him as the bowler. You need to try and make sure that you get hold on those. Try and make sure you don't give away free runs to the opposition. But that will mark at the end of the 7th over, and 54 for 2 is the score. There will be a bowling change from the side of the golf clubhouse. Sirajan Subuga will come and replace, well, that is the replay of that wicket. Brian Asaba going across the lane and his furniture disturbed right away. Subuga Siraj will replace Cyrus Kusa from the side of the golf course. Very, very handy with his off spin, Siraj Subuga. Of course, he made his debut with the Cricket Cranes about 2 years ago. Very, very full on that occasion, uncalled for. Hit, straight. Brian Masaba chips in the dive. Good work there being done by Brian Masaba. Of course, very well known for his fielding. He manages to save Rounders from conceding a bound on that occasion.
Full toss on that occasion. Joseph Baguma trots down the wicket. Brian Mark Masaba there with a brilliant fielding effort to save his team certain 2 runs. Very, very good work there at long on.
But Sergeant Soga will need to work on his line. Of course, a full toss is a hit me ball. If he keeps bowling like that, he can be hit anywhere. So you don't want to give the opposition side very, very free runs. Yes, that's the line and length there. bowling it very quick on that occasion. Siraje, very, very well known there for his variation of pace. Good work there. After bowling it full, this time round he has adjusted the line. That is now trying to bowl some outside off and quick. A shimmy down the track, but played straight to the fielder. Kusa Cyrus putting his body down on the line to make sure that no runs are given away. Good work there from Rounders Cricket Club. They've gotten some 2 quick wickets here, Jeff, and now they're trying to make sure that they add some bit of pressure. Not enough battle to that one. Now Dimwesgwa, but later he manages to collect himself up to give away only 1 run.
Saivan, this Aboojo side guilty of having very, very good stats. 56 for 2 on this occasion, but normally failing somewhere in the middle. What could they do to stem those middle order collapses?
I tell you, Jeff, one of the things that Aboojo will need to do when you see the way they are playing from ball number, they've been playing as though they are playing a 20-over game. But in a 50-over game, it's a game where you have at least about 5 hours of play. So you don't need to go for the basics. You can even afford to give away 10 maidens, then later come back and bat freely. Because what always happens in this game is that when the other team starts wearing out, runs start coming free. Because when you look at this Rounders Cricket Club, players like, of course, they always go for experience, a mix of experience and a bit of under 19 players. But players like Irishad, players like Zuluwalaza, players like Narinda, when you push them up to about the 40th over, you would see that they are running, but with not too much adrenaline. So if you could try and make sure that maybe they say, because we already have 52 runs after 8 overs, so that's already a good start. Now try and play, look for the singles, look for the ones, and push them up like about the 30 overs before you can score hard again. You can easily get yourself to a score even close to 300.
A very, very good call there, Ivan. Play the longer version of the game, and the runs will be there on offer. Last week, Aboojo were 80 for 2 after 12 overs, but were bowled out for 123. Very, very catastrophic collapse there. Let's hope they can do better today. Tembo continuing.
This time he bowls it full, and that is played straight, but the outfield has been a bit slow. But yes, it has enough legs to run away. A chase in vain there from Siraje Subuga, and a boundary to be added on the total for Aboojo Cricket Club.
Very, very good shot there from Fortunate. Rocked back. Trimmed that full delivery through the offside. Picked up 4 runs.
A nice looking shot of authority there. Play it in the V. Fortunate Ali Juna goes for a pedal but plays it up in the sky. It just fell short of Irishad. I tell you something, that was a chance for a catch. It was a half chance. You would feel that Irishad, if you had held onto that one, it was going to be a very good catch. But Fortunate Ali Juna, of course, they a bit guilty, committing early to that shot. Going out with it, but he needs to be careful. Yesterday we saw a similar dismissal in the West Indies test against Australia. Brandon King trying to go for that scoop. Play it up in the sky, and Cameron Green held onto that catch. Of course, Josh Hazelwood was bowling in that match. We saw Brandon King playing that same scoop for the first time in one of the overs. But when he tried to go for it again, he didn't connect. The outfield has been saving rounders some bit of runs here. You'd say it has been holding on some good shots. Of course, today, Rounders Cricket Club playing without their Randis international players. We saw Oscar Manishimwe coming last weekend and playing here. He actually captained that game, but today he didn't surface. About 2 weeks ago, Hamza Khan was also here alongside Oscar Manishimwe. But Hamza with a bit of an ego. What a placement there from Joseph Baguma. Will that run away? The slow outfield will save them again. But they will manage to run very quickly and pick up 3 runs. Good running between the wickets for Aboojo Cricket Club.
Very, very good running there between Fortunate and Joseph. Realizing that the outfield is a bit slow today and they are quick off their feet. Very good shot there from Baguma. Another foolish delivery slapped away between the two fielders at cover and backward point, finding the gap easily. Tembo Zubail there with a very good response. A slower delivery. Fortunately, Juna plays all over that and is bowled. Tembo Zubail topping the wicket charts there in the Division 1 tournament with 24 scalps to his name. Very, very impressive bowling for Rounders. He has made the breakthroughs at crucial stages of the game. All he needs is support from his teammates.
Yeah, but Fortunate Ali Juna there a bit guilty. Of course, look at that replay there. A slower coming, but he tried to go across the line. Not holding on to that one, and his timber is disturbed right away. Down on one knee, waiting for the ball, but never coming. What a good variation of pace there from Tembos Bay. He's been coming in quick. This time round, he goes for a slower, and he manages to pick up a second wicket in his name in this game. The third for the side. Try and make sure that you keep some bit of pressure. New batter in jersey number 59, Pascal Murungi, former captain of the Baby Cricket Cranes. As the team went for the Under-19 World Cup in 2022, Pascal Murungi was the leader then. He's captained Aboojo in the previous seasons, but this year, of course, a reshuffle made, and Innocent Mwebas is at the helm of the side. Very, very good for his ball, all-round capabilities, Pascal Murungi. But at this time, when Aboojo are throwing away wickets, of course, losing wickets under the first 10 overs, you would feel that they will need to try and make sure that they at least bat for time, but at least some more 20 overs without losing a wicket. Because after this partnership, there may not be a lot of batting. So with his defenses there, a dot ball to end the over, and that will also mark the end of Zubairi's fifth. 68 for 3 is now the score after 9 overs. Sirajan Subuga will bowl the last over to end the first power play of the game from the side of the golf club house. He gave away 4 runs in his first over. We'll need to try and make sure that he keeps some bit of more pressure there. Of course, he's having protection at cow corner and long on. Chance will run out. But Daudi Mwesigwa playing for the opposition.
Daudi Mwesigwa there under pressure, unsure of what to do, held onto the ball for sweet time, fielders unhappy at that. Rounders here trying to apply pressure. 68 for 3. Another wicket, and Aboojo would be in all sorts of trouble.
What a shot of style and class there from Joseph Baguma. Just plays it over the deep square leg area, and he manages to pick up another boundary there for Aboojo. You would see that the runs are coming in for Aboojo, but now the issue is the wicket column. Losing 3 wickets already would mean that more about 2 wickets, there will be not a lot of batting on the side. I'll tell you something very, very funny. Aboojo, they have exactly 11 players in this lineup. No substitutes in their side. So you need to be very, very careful of what might happen.
Ivan, I tell you, the substitutes wouldn't save you either. You just need to bat more with a lot of responsibility, like Joseph has done on this occasion. Takes a single down to long on.
Yeah, but Jeff, substitutes can help you a bit maybe during the fielding. Yesterday we saw Mariner Slabshen coming in field for Australia doing that test against West Indies, and he managed to get for them a run out. So maybe if you have someone else, it means having exactly 11 players means if one gets injured, you will go down to 10. Slide very nicely down to Calvin Watu at mid-off, and just a single taken. Pascal Mulungi batting with some responsibility in this game.
Pascal Mulungi, with a lot of pressure on himself, hasn't been able to score runs in the league thus far for his side. And as a national team player, you'd want to prove yourself on this stage that, look, guys, I have a contract with Uganda Cricket, not here to play games.
Yeah, that will mark the end of the first power play of the game. 74 for 3. That is a replay. Look at that classic shot there from Joseph Baguma. Getting down to one knee and plays it over the deep square leg area to pick up another boundary for Aboojo in that previous over. And after 10 overs, they stand at 74 for 3. Pascal Mulungi 1 off 2. Joseph Baguma 30 off 31. South Africa is taking on Zimbabwe in the first test. And South Africa won the toss and elected to bat first. The game just getting underway. Another bowling change here at the Lakeside Oval. Of course, we see the sun coming out. And Daudi Mwesugwa will replace Tembo Zubairi from the side of the lake. Of course, Daudi Mwesugwa, before he came to Rounders Cricket Club, he was playing for Africa Cricket Club, where he was actually the captain. And his counterpart, Tembo Zubairi, was in Wanderers Cricket Club. 2 experienced campaigners, of course, coming in. Daudi Mwesugwa very, very handy with his spin. Has some bit of experience. You need to be cautious when you're playing his balls.
Yes, Ivan, lots of experience there. Daudi with a couple of variations in his bowling. Let's see what he has to offer today. Starts off with a quick one, cut away at the fielder there at the gully region. Irishad Suleiman, the captain, collecting and limiting them. Ivan, very, very interesting sights here at the run charts in the Division 1 tournament. Joseph Baguma, known for his bowling, just second to Perry Wazombe with 311 runs. High score of 108 of 57. That's a game I would have paid all the money in the world to watch. His blade was on fire. Fumble there from the bowler, but good backup by the fielder Sirajan Subuga at the mid-off region.
He's going through his overs very quickly. That's short on that occasion. I don't know whether Daudi Musk is trying to create a wicket, but he needs to be very, very cautious. You would not want to give Pascal Murungi a shorty ball because they can give you the punishment anytime. But 5 dots already there from Daudi. Last ball of the over. Brilliant start. Maiden over there from Daudi. The first one in this game, he would have to hold his collar up. And after 11 overs, 74 for 3 is the score here at the Lakeside Oval.
Very, very good bowling there from Daudi Mwesigwa. Given the start the Aboojo side has had, bowling a maiden in this inning is worth all the gold in the world. Ivan, I tell you, Pascal should be looking at going to his release shot, perhaps the reverse sweep. He's finding it hard to score runs at the moment, and I see a couple of deliveries in his zone. So maybe should let the shackles off and play that reverse sweep.
Other days in the game, Jeff, we are just into the 12th over of the game. I think Pascal Murungi has all the time. Take your time, get in the game. Later on, you will score freely. At this time, I have already lost 3 overs. Under just 11 overs, you would not need to go for those improvising shots. Of course, the scoops are very, very economic in T20. Shimmy down the track. Played back to Siraji, but he doesn't hold on to that catch. It came with a lot of power. Put down, but it's a hard chance.
Ivan had chance to say, but I would love to go back to your words. Bowler should always be his first fielder. Siraj and Subuga guilty on this occasion. Puts one down. Joseph Paguma, the player in form, 30 of 32, giving him a breather, and immediately he rotates strike, getting a single off Siraj's bowling. Well, Ivan, I would love to differ from your thinking. In this modern game, playing those fancy shots at times doesn't mean that you're taking so many risks. If the ball is in the zone and you can reverse sweep it, take the chance instead of getting the dot balls in for your team. You'd rather take that risk, and after all, the ball is in the zone. Play that shot and pick some runs.
I tell you, when you look at batters like Rohit Sharma, not a batter that you can quickly rely on. Of course, on some days we would give you a brisk, but I tell you, Jeff, there are batters who really possess that skill. Travis Head playing all the formats for Australia just because he can quickly adjust. When he comes in T20, you remember the times was opening with David One, he could come all guns blazing. But in the 50 over game, when you look at the century he scored in Melbourne during that test against India, he took his time to get in the game. And when he got in the game, scoring came so freely. So I don't want to say that in modern cricket, we cannot go for those fancy shots. But you have to look at two things. What is the current tally in the wickets column, and what's the tally in the runs column? And of course, playing some of those scoop shots are risky shots, high risk, high rewards, but you would not want to lose Pascal Murungi's wicket at this time because it will expose the mid order and the lower order. Good shot, a half chance. Sergeant Suvuga not holding on to 2 chances in this over already. He's created chances for himself, but he hasn't held on to any.
Siraj putting in a diving effort. But unfortunately, didn't get any finger onto that one. Aboojo now rotating strike at an impressive rate. Chance for a catch there. Narinder Singh at short mid-wicket, picking up that catch. Wicket number 4, Siraj Nsubuga picks up the wicket of Joseph Baguma. Apparently, would be his equal when they're in the national team's setup. Both are off spinners. Siraj Nsubuga there with a big wicket. Joseph Baguma on 32 tries to chip that one over mid-wicket, but unfortunately picks up the fielder in Narinder Singh. Rounders very elated, having lost the toss and being sent into bowl. 4 wickets already. Very, very good work there. Like I said earlier, Ivan, this Aboojo side will give you the chances. 3 so far in the over and 1 sticks. So as a fielding side, should be able to take all the chances they give you. Otherwise, they are quick scoring and they will put you under the sword.
Joseph Baguma there disappointed Jeff. A full toss, try to tickle it, not getting too much onto it. And Narendra Singh holding onto that chance at the mid-wicket area. Aboojo losing the 4th wicket. The new batter in, Amos Ahura, just number 23, also part of the team that played in that World Cup, under 19 World Cup in 2022. They will need to try and make sure that they bat well. 2 new batters in for Aboojo. Rattles the pads. Appeals of LBW. They all take time and focus on appealing instead of retrieving the ball. And Aboojo will pick up that leg by.
Another missed chance there in the field. All the fielders interested in the appeals, but no one going for the ball. Batters there with a yes and no call, but finally scamper through for a single. Could have been another wicket for Rounders if Daudi Mwesigwa was quick to react. Very, very slow pitch there in the field.
Yeah, that's the replay there right in your screen. Look at the fielders all taking their time. The batters already midway, but in the end they managed to take that run. Well, that marks the end of the 12th over. 79 for 4, Aboojo. Daudi Mwesigwa will come to bowl the 13th over from the side of the airport. You could also call it the side of the lake, the side of many beaches. Of course, my co-commentator Jeff are coming in the beach wear. Looks like the parting shots for the day are very clear. Daudi Mwesigwa, good ball there from Daudi. His first over as a maiden, and he starts his second with a dot ball.
Very, very good bowling there from Daudi. Starts off with one on a good length. Let's see what he has. Another good delivery there, punch back. Daudi doing the work there in the field to ensure that they don't pick up a single.
He's been very, very tight and tidy. Daudi Mwesigwa. 3 dots already, just going through his action. But I don't think this is something that would cause some pressure to Aboojo. 79 for 4. A slower there from Daudi Mwesigwa. Good thinking. Trying to tempt Ahura Amos into falling for that trap. But Amos also equal to the challenge.
Very good bowling there from Daudi, almost catching the outside edge.
Sorry, that's Matthew Musinguzi in with Pasco Murungi. A bit of errors there in the scores. Something that can be rectified in no time. Daudi Mwesigwa giving away a freebie. Bowling a wide down the leg.
Daudi trying to buy a wicket there. Unfortunately, that kills his rhythm. Chance for a run out there. Yes and no call. Finally, they scamper through for the second. 3 runs off that over to end with. Yes, Ivan, you mentioned the maidens or the dot balls won't be the concern for Aboojo because they want to see this through, bat as many overs as possible. So another maiden or several dot balls into their innings won't bring any pressure to the batters out there. Should just look at batting long.
One thing that will happen between these two batters is a run out. We've seen 2 years no calls already. Say Pascal Moronji and Matthew Musinguzi can't look back and say that this is how we shall call ourselves. They may lose another wicket. Siraje Subuga back to bowl from the side of the golf clubhouse. He's given away 14 runs in 3 overs and he's picked up a scalp. Of course, it came in his previous over as Joseph Baguma departed, but he's bowling so well, Siraje Subuga. Many of his teammates loved calling him the player, the East African international, because he has a club in Rwanda and another club in Kenya. Good shot there. You call for the improvising shots there. Pascal Murungi gets down to one knee and plays it backward of the square to pick up a double. This time round, he saw it in his zone and he went for it.
Yes, Ivan Siraje playing for at least 3 clubs in the region. Ruaka Sports Club in Kenya, Challengers in Kigali.
Goes for a reverse sweep. Pascal Murungi called for the improvising shots. He played one previously, went out with it. Of course, playing it backward of the square. The reverse sweep not paying off. And the Pascal Murungi will have to depart. Aboojo already losing 6 wickets. Sorry, 5 wickets in no time. But Pascal Murungi will be disappointed of himself. He's been playing well, of course, getting into the game. But the shot he's really gone for, not the best of shots.
Well, Ivan, a quick look at that shot. Like I said, you should play the shot if the ball is in the zone. By the zone, I meant anything outside of. You can play that reverse sweep. But look at this. The ball is straight and full. Pascal opting to play the reverse sweep. And up goes umpire Alpha Adoa's finger. Half of the side back into the dugout with 84 runs on board. Only 13.5 overs have been played. Aboojo will feel like could have done way much better than they've done so far in this innings. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, umpires call for a drinks break. Shall be back shortly.
I know. Forget about misleading her, no? For us, we are telling these stories. We are done with the drinks break, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back. Of course, the sun is out here at the Lakeside Oval. Sergeant Subuga picking up his second wicket, and the fifth for Rounders Cricket Club. Ahura Amos is the new batter in. Flies it through the cover area to get off the mark. Brilliant work there from Amos. Well, that will mark the end of the over. 14 overs gone. 85 for 5 is the score Rounders Cricket Club.
Amos Ahura there, a big fan of Hashim Amla like myself. Amla, a very stylish player of cricket, very, very good batter. Look at his setup, very unorthodox. But my, oh my, the shots he played on that crease. Well, Daudi Mwesigwa continuing from the airport end. Very, very impressive figures thus far. 2 overs, 1 maiden. Gone for only 3 runs in the previous over. Rounders feeling they're on top of this one at the moment.
I tell you something, despite Daudi Mwesko not picking up a wicket yet, he's been the most economic among all the bowlers. Good bowling. He's bowling some good lanes and lengths. But I tell you, Jeff, at this very ground, we saw Kachitega scoring 67. A game that you would feel that they were bound to lose. But in response, Avengers scored. Chance for a catch. Played it to Irshad Suleiman. He holds on to that one, and finally, Daudi Mwesigwa has a wicket in his name. Wickets are falling in clusters here, Jeff.
Yes, Ivan, wicket number 6 there for Rounders. Aboojo doing everything to help their opponents. But Irshad Suleiman there with a very, very good catch, very, very good field placement. Just before that delivery, he moved in. Look at that. Very, very good catch taken, punched off the back foot by Amos Ahura. And Irshad takes a catch very down low. Pick up wicket number 6, and Daudi Mwesigwa's first. Rounders there on top of this one, I tell you, Ivan. And the new batter in, Innocent Mwebaze.
Of course, Ahura almost not wasting a lot of time in there. You would feel that sending Matthew Musinguzi ahead of Ahura almost meant that Ahura could play a little bit longer. He falls for the trap. Of course, the skill was on, rock on the back foot, but not just having it into the gap. A very, very easy catch there for Irshad. Irshad Suleiman, not very known for fielding at cover. He's always been seen fielding at the slips area. But one chance, he holds onto it, and the captain for the side, Innocent Mwebaze, is now the new batter in. Innocent Mwebaze, very well known for his pace bowling. Part of the reserves on that team that represented Uganda last year in their maiden appearance in the T20 World Cup in the West Indies. But now it will be his turn to try and make sure that he speaks with the bat. Rocks on the back foot, but manages to punch it down to the long on. Innocent Mwebaze gets off the mark.
Yes, Innocent there with an impressive story. One everyone would want to listen and admire. Back injury there put him out of action for close to 2 years, but he recovered well and made it to the squad. Well, he was on the reserves, but he was on that plane to the West Indies. And now, picking up the ruins from Pasco Murungi, he has been skipper all season for Aboojo. Once again in familiar territory, his team in all sorts of trouble early on.
Classic shot. Typical Matthew Msinguzi shot. Plies it down to the deep square leg area. And they managed to pick those 2 runs.
Very, very risky there from Matthew. Clipped that over square leg.
I don't know what the plan is for the Aboojo at the moment. Could you go for the baseball and score and add as many as you can? Of course, we saw Catch Tigers defending 67 at this ground as Avengers scored the lowest total of the tournament thus far. 56 all out on this very ground. Entebbe, not a pitch where I will put so many runs. But I think Aboojo should be changing the plans a bit. Maybe try and play time. Retire out these fielders because we've just seen only 15 runs. Only 15 overs, meaning about 35 overs are remaining before the first innings come to bed. 90 for 6 is now the score for Aboojo.
Well, Ivan, at this stage, the Aboojo side will be looking at adding another odd 50, 60 runs to the total. 150 will be defendable. They have some good bowlers there in their ranks, some good pace and good spinners, likes of Matthew Musinguzi and Joseph Baguma. So if they get anything close to the 150 region, they'll fancy their chances of defending that. Of course, Kachi Tigers early on in the season defending 66. That set a precedent, and every team that comes out and bats first here feels like they will defend any total they get. At the start of the season, Nile CC played Budo here in a reduced game, 21 overs. We set 83, but I tell you, 83 wasn't an easy target for Budo, chasing that off the penultimate ball of the innings. So anything above 120, 130 here at Entebbe is defendable. Just have to put on that good score and give your bowlers a chance. Siraj and Subuga there, 4 deliveries into this particular over. Very, very good work. Yet to concede a run.
These 2 batters, Matthew Msinguzi and Nelson Movers, will need to take responsibility if Aboojo Cricket Club is supposed to get close to the totals that you're mentioning, GF the 120s, the 150s, because not a lot of batting is remaining. Kasaija, Enoch, Balijuka Hillary, and Kithidani Amani are the remaining 3. And as I told you, their lineup has exactly 70 players. So we'll try and make sure that they first keep in. Play for time a bit. Aleda is here.
Ivan, talk about playing for some time. Quick look at that lineup. If Hilary Balijuka, a seasoned opener, is still there, then I tell you, these fielders should know that they have a long day at hand.
Everybody can send open about returning after hiatus. He's been out of action. So you don't really want to rely on him to push you thus far. 16 overs gone, 92 for 6. Of course, this is the UCM Men's 50 over league match the number 13. Division 1 clash happening here at Entebbe Cricket Oval. Aboojo taking on Rounders. Earlier on, we saw Aboojo winning the toss and electing to bat first. You would feel that things moved well in the first overs, but now the wickets falling into clusters is an area of concern. Daudi Mwesugwa back there. Look at that delivery there from Daudi Mwesugwa. Beats him completely.
Ivan, I told you, Daudi is a bowler with lots of variations and very good change of pace off the ball there. This one staying straight on this occasion. Matthew tries to cross bat and misses everything. Very, very good bowling from Daudi, showing the experience he has. You talked about loads of experience there in the rounder side, in players like Irishad, Daudi, Brian Mark Masava, to mention but a few. follows that up with a quick one. Innocent, unable to cut that away. Well, Ivan, in a few weeks' time, Entebbe Ground will be hosting the Pearl of Africa tournament. T20 series between Uganda, the hosts, Namibia, Kenya, and the United Arab Emirates. What do you have to say about this tournament, and how well does the team look at using it in their preparation for the World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe?
Of course, when you look at the nations that are coming during that tournament, nations like UAE, Namibia will be sending the S side, Kenya, Uganda's Mijingo Rivals will also be coming here. I believe it's a very great opportunity for the team to try and make sure that they put themselves to test. Abe Sham and his troops will be looking at playing well in that tournament so that they can keep that fine form as they go to Zimbabwe later in September. The tournament will come at a good time where Uganda has not had major tournaments in the men's side, to be particular. So as Uganda gears up to host that tournament, it's actually the second edition because the first edition was in 2021, played on this very ground where Uganda managed to beat Kenya in the finals and won the first edition of that tournament. The first edition featured 3 teams: Nigeria, Kenya, and Uganda. So Uganda will need to make sure that playing, of course, in front of the home crowd comes with some bit of pressure. But we've seen that the team in the previous about 4 weeks, they've been having trial games happening here at Lugogo. So a tournament coming will give players that bit of international feel, and it is also a great step in preparation for the upcoming qualifier. A bowling change there for Rounders Cricket Club from the side of the Golf Club House. Brian Makamasaba replacing Siraje Nsubuga, known for his leg spin. Brian Masaba, in the previous game that was played here last weekend against another busy, picked up 3 scalps. It was his birthday, but anonymously he was named the player of match that day. Very, very good there. That's a bit short, but not worked away by Matthew Musinguzi.
Ivan, I tell you what happened last weekend is what they call lines falling in beautiful places for you. Brand Mark Masaba scoring a quick 30 and going on to pick 3 crucial wickets on his birthday. This time round, he picks up another wicket. Matthew Musinguzi there, guilty of trying to walk down the wicket, beaten by the bounce, and wicketkeeper Steve Wabose completes a stamping. Very, very beautiful sights here. Love to see a stamping off a spinner anytime, anywhere in the world. Brad Mark Masaba quickly into the wicket column. 7 wickets already. Keith Dan Aman is the new batter there for Aboojo.
Yeah, Brian Makamasaba on his third delivery, he's managed to pick up that wicket. That's the replay there right in your frame. Matthew Msinguzi getting one to his feet. Clearly that was out. Stephen Wabose made it look easy, the wiping off bails. And 7th wicket lost there by Aboojo Cricket Club.
Very, very good work there being done by Rounders, taking as many chances as they've been given. Well, Ivan, talking about the Pearl of Africa tournament, Uganda will be playing against quality sides like the United Arab Emirates and Kenya, who have a knack of beating us when it matters. And when you look at the group standings there for the World Cup qualifier, they're in the other group. Most certainly, they will be number 2 to Namibia. By chance, if we top our group and we're playing Kenya, playing into their gaps, how well do you think Uganda should use this tournament with a change in fixtures? We are playing each team twice. How well should Uganda play against such sides as they prepare for the tournament in Zimbabwe?
When the Victoria Pearls were in Kigali about 2 weeks ago and they faced some consecutive losses, I had a chat with Brian Masaba, who is actually currently bowling. He also serves as the vice captain. And he told me that as a team, every time you get out to go and play, make sure that you're showing dominance and beating your opponents. Don't make other teams have the feel that they can upset you anytime. So in such a tournament, I know Uganda will be rubbing shoulders with Namibia and UAE, but if it comes to Kenya, clearly Uganda should be making light work against Kenya, beat Kenya with a lot of confidence, and send a message to Zimbabwe that we are coming. Of course, it will not be an easy tournament. Zimbabwe playing it at home. Zimbabwe behaves in front of their home crowd. But the team will have to play well, try and make sure that they also gain the confidence and support of the fans, and also the players enjoy that international filter and make sure that when they go for the other bigger one, they can express themselves so well. We're still going to play well last year during the ILO tournament in December. That was the last T20 outing for that the national team had. So you would wish to have your troops aligned right. And I know, of course, this tournament comes at a time where Abe Shama needs to test his arsenal. So come and play well. That is hit. Down, chance for taking two. And yes, they take 2 runs. Good stuff being displayed again by Aboojo. But that will be the plan for Uganda, Jeff, ahead of the Pearl of Africa series.
Very well said, Ivan, and good luck to the team that will be representing Uganda. Daudi Mwesigwa continuing from the airport end. Wide delivery on that occasion. At this stage, they should know that they are bowling at tail enders. Try to keep it simple. Don't overthink. Just do the basics right.
Yeah, bowling stump to stump should be the plan here. That is the wicket taking line. But Daudi Mwesugwa, his first wade went down the leg and his second has also gone down the leg. You should be questioning himself why. That is hit. Good looking shot. And it will run away for yet another boundary. 100 runs come up for Aboojo Cricket Club. But what a shot of power and authority there from Innocent Movers. He picks up the length very nicely, rocks back, and he plays it through the cover area. Brilliant stuff being displayed.
Very, very good shot there from Innocent. Picks the length quickly, rocks back and lofts it over the cover region to pick up a boundary. Told you Innocent will be crucial for this Aboojo side if they are to get anywhere close to that 150 mark. On several occasions in the past few weeks, he has been the player to score the runs down the order after those collapses we talked about.
And I tell you something, as a captain, you need to take charge. We've seen Pat Cummins holding the Australian side. So Innocent Movers, of course, being given a chance to lead Aboojo. Of course, Aboojo, a team which is based on people who have passed through Nyakasura School. They play with a lot of pride. We saw them before they went in for the match. They sang their anthem. They always show that bit of class. So every time they give you a chance to hold their flag, you need to hold the bull by the horns. These two Innocent Movers and Keith Dan Amani, they've kept sure that they are milking the runs here. Try and make sure that they extend close to the 120 mark. Fighting total, in your opinion, Jeff?
Yes, Ivan. 120 would give your bowlers a chance. Try out a few things. This Entebbe wicket sometimes very tricky. Seen if I think most of the sides that have played here in the past few weeks for the men's league, teams batting fast going on to win. Wicket becomes harder to bat on. Didn't have a look at the wicket this morning. Perhaps, Ivan, you could tell us state of the pitch and what could play out as the day progresses.
I tell you, this pitch has played for about the last 3 weeks. Of course, hosting league games in both the women's and men's leagues. But it has also had national team men's trial games. So, but as per the look in the morning, it looked like a good surface to bat on. But the condition is changing. It will be very, very hard to bat on in the afternoon. 102 for 7 after 19. Brian Mark Masawa comes back to ball from the side of the golf club house. He picked up a wicket in his first. That is hit up in the air. Chance for a catch. Calvin Watua holds onto that chance, and Keith Amani departs.
Very, very good catch there in the deep by Calvin Watua. Immediately he saw the ball in the air, took off, got in position, and took a brilliant catch. Everything that you'd love to see being done while taking a catch. Very, very good basics there. Keith Danaman has to depart for just 1 of 5 deliveries. Brian Makmasaba picking up another wicket. Yet to concede a run, 1.1 overs, maiden to go with, and 2 wickets. Very, very impressive there. The new batter in for Aboojo is Enoch Kasaija. He's a new bowler on the block. Some good clicks on his bowling. Watch out for him in the second innings. But now, with all the work to do, 101 is the total with 8 wickets. Back in the dugout.
His teammates nicknamed him colleagues, money will come. Kasaija. I saw him breaking through the shackles in 2022. Was the first time I saw Kasaija playing, as Nyakasura School came for the boys nationals, which were hosted in Jinja. The first time I saw Kasaija bowling, we were at a ground in the east side of the Kakira Sugar area. He was bowling in partnership with another gentleman called Lyndon Mutengesa, who is currently taken up by books, but very, very well known for his pace. He has a bit of niggles. I saw him rubbing his fingers before he went into bat, saying he had a bit of a knock. But not known for a lot of batting, though you could quickly see him. He's part of the Uganda A setup, and he's been coming around playing the national team trials here with the men's side, growing very, very quickly through the ranks. Enoch Kasaija should be a player to watch out in the future, as you say, Jeff.
Yes, Ivan, you said money will come, but at this stage they need runs from him. And I think runs will come in whatever way he can get them.
French cut, and he gets off the mark.
Ivan, you talked about how quickly this boy is growing into the game of cricket, and these are beautiful sights. We want to work with people who learn quickly, adapt quickly to situations. Just a few years back, like you mentioned, in schools cricket, he had the pace, but the control was non-existent. But these days, you see a very, very impressive bowler to watch. Good pace, hits the right areas, gets some bounce. Very, very good bowler there for Uganda coming through the ranks.
Well, leaving the bowling discipline, Enoch Kasaija is one of the disciplined person. Half chance there. That was a catch me ball there, hit to Zulu Walaza. He needed to chip in a dive forward. Unfortunately, that just falls short of him. And they take another one run. But generally, one of the things you could give it to that is bold, quick, beats everyone. Brian Markham must have a very, very uncalled for from him. It will be judged Wade, but most importantly are the 2 runs that come with that Wade. Bowling it quick, it goes just past the batter and past the wicket keeper down the leg, beats everyone. And eventually, Brian Markham must have gives away some free runs. Aboojo will be very, very happy to receive these.
3 extra runs to the total. That one into the block hole, Enoch Kasaija digging it out. Picks up another single to the square leg region.
I tell you, the fact that Brian Markham is bowling leg spin, when Kasaija is seeing the balls falling close to his pads, he thinks that there are balls for him to play, yet you could wait for it to turn away, rock back, and hit it away. End of over number 20. 108 for 8 is now the score. Aboojo.
Aboojo in all sorts of trouble, having elected to bat first. 8 wickets back into the hat for just 108 runs in this 50-over game. There is a change in bowling from the airport end, and Narinder Singh comes into the attack. Narinder Singh there took a beautiful catch off Daudi's bowling to pick up that wicket of Amos Ahura. now brought into the attack to see if he can pick up his remaining 2 wickets.
Last weekend against Tornado Bees, he picked up 3. Of course, Dawood Mwesgo was economical thus far, but you would feel that maybe Narendra Singh could have come in a bit early. Narendra just makes his action looking very, very smooth and easy. He loves bowling stump to stump as he creates chances. Of course, Narendra Singh, one of the players who played for the Uganda under 19 with his brother Bindu. Narendra Singh, one of the players who played very, very long with Charity Cricket Club. He played a lot of cricket there and made his name. He made his base in Ginger, but one of the people who've been around Ugandan cricket for so long. This time around, he bowls it full. The dive from Brian Makamasa not very effective there as they take another run. These two batters are trying to make sure that they milk as many as they can for Aboojo. This time round goes down to one knee, hits it, but that will just go for a catch. Enoch Kasaja thought the ball for hitting had come. Unfortunately, he falls into Narendra Singh's trap. Narendra picks up the first and Aboojo loses the 9th.
Well, Ivan, perhaps that could have been a hit me ball, but Kasaija unable to get a full bat onto that one. Picks up the fielder at long on Nero Jonathan, who settled quickly under that one, picking up a beautiful catch. Wicket number 9 for Aboojo with a score at 110. 2 more deliveries in this over. Look at that. Very, very beautiful catch taken by Nero Jonathan. Picked up the flight of a ball and settled quickly under that. Picked up another catch for rounders. The new batter in Hilary Balijuka, who sometimes opened the innings for Aboojo twice so far in the league.
Hilary Balijuka, one of the players who played around many times when I came for Cricket Week in 2014 and 15. Hilary Balijuka were the players who were coming with Nyakasura School back then. As I was at Sogai, one of the schools you could believe that you could fight with were Nyakasura and St. Leo's Chiegove, plus the side which was coming from Rwanda. But in 2014, Hilary Balijuka was, of course, named the best wicket keeper in that tournament. But very, very solid with his blocks, Hilary. One of the things that you could commend for Hilary is that he's taken on the coaching role, going and try and make sure that he grows the game of cricket in the country of Burundi. Not something you can take for granted.
Yes, Ivan, very good work done by Hilary. And he has also worked with the national team under coach Lawrence Mahatlan. Last year, toured Rwanda with the emerging side, assisting coach Davis Turinawe there. Very, very good work he's doing. And we've seen him on a couple of occasions going to Burundi to spread the good news, the gospel of cricket to the folks that side.
Not forgetting that last year when he went as the assistant to Davis, he managed to come with the champions medal. But in the other games, Soroti City is batting first against Tornado Bees in the Laker Women's T20 in the first match at Florida Oval, and 91 for 3 is the score after 16.2 overs. Well, the other game is between Ginger SS and Mount St. Henry's High School Mokono Cricket Club. Mount won the toss and elected to bowl first, and Ginger SS is 97 for 4 after 18 overs. Action will continue tomorrow. And on this very ground, Kachibi will take on Nile Cricket Club. Another interesting game on the cards. We'll be back to tell you the good stories of that game. Brand Makamasaba back from the side of the golf club house. Gets on the back foot. He's beaten completely. Hilary Balijuka. But that just settles in the hands of the wicket keeper. He rocked to the back foot, but that just passes close to the bales.
Balik saved by the bounce on this occasion. If that pitched a tad lower, could have gone on to hit the stumps. This time round, sit on the pads, but the umpire, Alpha Adoa, uninterested in the shouts.
Yeah, but clearly that was pitched outside leg. Could be not out anywhere in the world.
Very, very interesting contest here between Barijuka Hillary and Brian Masaba, who he coached at one stage in his career. Like I said, Coach Barijuka worked under Coach Lawrence Mahatlan, and by then Brian was still the captain of the Cricket Cranes.
One thing you can't rule out is that Balijuka is living dangerously at the moment. You cannot know how he's surviving, but somehow he is. Brian Masaba has that straight, quick ball that he always bowls. I tell you, if he tries to go for it, Hillary might face a risk of losing his wicket. Beaten again, and a dot ball to end the over. Brad Masaba giving away only one run in his third over, and 111 for 9 is the score after 22 overs.
Very, very good work done there by Rounders CC, having lost the toss, being sent in. Aboojo off to a quick start. They had a 58 for 2 in about 7 overs, but now as we speak, 111 for 9 in 22 overs. Very, very catastrophic there in the middle once again for Aboojo. They'd want to go back and work on that aspect of the game. Always losing wickets in the middle. Now this is interesting. Innocent Mwebaze finding the gap on that occasion, but they decide not to take the single. Does that tell you that he doesn't trust Balix to face the remaining 5 deliveries? Or they want to play the long game, try to tire out these two as runs are coming?
I tell you something, one of the things I've never believed in, Jeff, is keeping strike. Chance for a catch, and the catch is taken. I tell you something, if Innocent had taken that run, you never know if Hillary Barijuka would have played a shot that could have made him survive. I saw one of the tests where Bangladesh was playing Pakistan last year, and Lieutenant Commanders was batting with the tail ender. But he made sure that the tail ender also gets on strike. Make sure that your partner gets on strike so that they also get the confidence. Because no matter what happens, there will be a time where they'll have to get on strike. Disappointing collapse there. Rocks back. Innocent movers as you see there in the replay, but just plays it to the hands of that man there, Narendra Singh. And well, that will be a wrap up for them. Aboojo Cricket Club being bowled out for only 111 runs.
Rounders doing some great work there in the field. 10 wickets picked up in quick time. 111 is the final score. Narendra Singh there picking up the last 2 wickets. A very, very good nonchalant catch there taken. Just before that delivery, I mentioned they refused to take the single. And my partner, Ivan, spelled doom to the batter. Normally, when you try to boss the game of cricket, it humbles you. And Innocent has been humbled in a different way. Caught and bowled is the way he has to depart.
Yeah, but as the innings come to bed, action will continue tomorrow. And in Division 1, Catch Tigers will visit Jack at Ginger SS Cricket Oval. Tornado Bees will visit the Silent Lions at the Serente Park in Kamengo. In Division 2, SKLPS will take on St. John's Secondary School Mukono at Florida Oval. Whereas at this very ground, Catch Tigers B, in their debut season, will play Nairo Cricket Club. Of course, that is the replay there. Look at that one. Innocent Movers rocking back. But what a catch there from Narendra Singh. He made it look very, very easy. And that will be a wrap up. But just looking at the scores at the end of the first innings, of course, Aboojo Cricket Club won the toss and elected to bat first. But you'll feel that this decision has quickly backfired as they didn't get so many runs. Of course, we saw the top order firing, but looking at the match summary there right in your frame. Joseph Baguma top scoring with the 31 of 34. Brian Asaba chipping in with the 20 of 16. Evan Thamura 15 of 7. And in the bowling charts, Narinder Singh picked up 2 wickets in his 1.2 overs, where he has considered only 2 runs. Brian Makamasaba bowled 3 overs, picked up 2, and he conceded 7 runs. Nsobuga Siraj, a bit expensive. He went for 19 in 5, but he managed to pick up 2 wickets as well. Of course, 7 runs given away in extras. But you'd feel that Rounders Cricket Club have done a lot of good work to try and make sure that they limit Aboojo to as many as they can. Of course, Brian Asawa being bowled by Tembos Bail. Ivan Thathamira caught by Brian Makamasaba long on off the bowling of Punsa Cyrus. Joseph Waguma caught by Irishad of Sirajan Sobuga's bowling. Fortunate Aljuna bowled by Tembos Bail. And after 22.2 overs, Rounders Cricket Club is bowled out.
A very good work there by Rounders in the field. Every bowler chipping in with a wicket or 2, bringing an end to the innings of Aboojo. Rounders will require 112 to win this particular contest. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be back after our lunch break. See you then.
The two umpires are back in the middle. Alpha Adoa and Juma Gavula. Of course, Alpha Adoa has coached the Victoria Pearls in the past. That time when Karavadura was the head coach. But the other umpire, Juma Gavula, former player of the under-19, he was in many setups of the team. Spent most of his time in Ginger. Are the two gentlemen standing in this game? Of course, always give them their flowers. But my name is Ivan Cyprian Sajabi here in the commentary box, and we are back for the second innings of the game. I'm not alone. I have Jeff Mweswakasozi with me here. Jeff, welcome back from the break.
Thank you, Ivan. Welcome back to our viewers. Match day number 13 of the UCM Men's 50 Over League. This is a clash between Aboojo CC taking on Rounders CC from Ginger. Aboojo winning the toss in this particular context, electing to bat first, but miserable story from the first innings, only managing 111 runs, leaving Rounders with a target of 112. The two gentlemen walking in to open the innings for Rounders, Zulu Walaza and Narinda Singh. Ivan, what do you think will be the approach for Rounders in this game? It's a small total, very many overs, and we know Entebbe can tend to behave funnily in the second innings.
I tell you something. One of the things that will happen is that so many overs of spin will be bowled today because they have Joseph Baguma and Matthew Musinguzi, who are very, very tight and handy with their lanes. Though to open the bowling, it will be Innocent Mwebaze, who is on his run-up at the moment. Oh, sorry, it will not be Innocent. Innocent is checking his run-up, but the decision will be between Joseph Baguma and Matthew Musinguzi to see who opens the bowling. But one of the things that these two batters need to do is try and make sure that they play with calm heads. Don't rush. Just 112 runs away from the win. So all you need to do is try and make sure that you stick in. The runs will come. But I tell you, to not be so easy for them to chase that score, which looks paltry.
Spin bowling options there for the skipper, Matthew Musinguzi. On a good day, a very difficult customer to deal with, will open the innings from the airport end. Very, very interesting field setup there. Seen on a couple of occasions. Aboojo leaking runs because they opt for those attacking field settings. Two fielders catching there in the close gives the batters very many scoring options. Anything over the ring or just above those fielders will leak runs. And in this paltry chase, you'd want to be as defensive as possible.
Matthew Musinguzi just getting ready to bowl the first ball of the second innings. The fielder standing close. First ball. Good defensive shot there from Narinda Singh. Tell you something. I would have a lot of trust in you if I am to try and make sure that I field in such an area where that is wide, very, very uncalled for there. He just goes down the leg and he gives away free runs.
Rounders off a mark. Freebies on offer there. Only 7 extras were bowled in the first innings. Aboojo will want to replicate that.
What a ball there from Matthew Musinguzi as he picks up the first wicket. Gave him gave him the first ball to play. Dropped one down the leg. The ball's a quick one straight. Aboojo have the first wicket in the bag already. Narinda Singh will depart without troubling the scorers anyway. But what a ball there from Matthew.
Matthew bowling the quicker one there. Narinda playing across the line. Guilty and is bowled. Aboojo pick up their first wicket. A gift there from Narinda Singh. Could have done a lot better on that occasion. But with the fall of that wicket, brings Calvin Watua to the crease.
Calvin Watua being dropped down in the order. We've seen in the previous game, Brian Mark Masawa batted at one down. Look at the replay there right in your frame. Tried to go hard at it, but got one nicking back and disturbs the furniture. Narendra Singh back in the hat. Last Sunday, it was Brian Mark Masawa batting at one down and Irshad batted at number 4. But this time round, Calvin Watua has been given the opportunity to go down the order.
Calvin Watua with all the work to do, 110 still required. Very, very many overs still to play. 49.4 overs to be particular. 110.
Off the mark right away, Calvin Watua. Run out chance on Zulu Alaza's end. But eventually he arrives on time. Two for one after 0.3 is where rounders stand at the moment. Potri Toto. But they need to be cautious and careful with how they go over it. Because every wicket lost would mean pressure being put to the batting lineup. And always one brings two. You need to be cautious with everything that you're doing. But if you're just joining in, Aboojo won the toss and elected to bat first and managed to post 111 runs in 22.2 overs. And now we are back for the chase, 2 for 1 after 0.3.
Rounders will want to be on top of their game if they are to pick up a win in this particular contest. Zulu Walaza rushed there, hit on the pads, but the umpire Juma Gabla uninterested in the calls.
Yeah, but looks like that was turning in so sharply it could have missed maybe down the leg. Zulu Walaza living dangerously.
I feel like Zulu is not yet in the game. That single Calvin got off the first ball he faced, Zulu was jogging down the wicket, almost offering the fielding side a chance for a run out. Quick look at that replay. That was really missing the stumps. Good call there from the umpire.
Only one fielder outside the circle. We are only using a corner fielder in the names of Brana, Saba, and all the other fielders are close to the blade. Of course, that's an attacking field. Try and make sure that you put more pressure on the batters. Test like pitch. So that you see how a wicket comes. Matthew Msinguzi. Another one there down the leg. Chance to run. But they don't run. Wide indicated by the umpire. So Walaza are not happy there because he believed Calvin could have been in position to get that run.
Runs on offer there, not taken. Another one on the pads. Umpire says that came off the bat first. Zulu Walaza survives to see another day. 3 runs after 1 over for the loss of 1 wicket.
Well, that is the replay there. The umpire says there was something onto that one, but all the fielders for Aboojo were interested. I told you we'll see a lot of spin in this game. And Joseph Baguma will bowl the second over from the side of the golf clubhouse end.
Another spin bowling option. Joseph Baguma from the clubhouse end. Aboojo know these are their two strike bowlers, Baguma and Matthew. If they can bowl in tandem, find their groove early on, can be able to make early inroads for their team. Calvin Watua swinging hard. He knows there are so many scoring options. We'll try to utilize those chances as early as possible.
Yeah, Joseph Baguma using two fielders outside. Longo on and cow corner. This time round, he plays it down to the long on. Brana Saba misfields that one, and they will manage to pick up a double. Another hit there from Alvin Watua. One bounce, and he picks up a boundary there for rounders. I think the plan was send in Calvin Watua to go for the big hits. Try and make sure that as Aboojo is trying to go for that defensive field, he can clear the infield, make sure that he scores those runs. Calvin Watua taking on Joseph Baguma at the moment. That's the replay there right in your frame. Calvin Watua kicking up the length very, very nicely. Stotters would love to see it. And he picks up the boundary there for Rounders Cricket Club. This time round, he bowls it quick. Calvin Watua plays it back out of the square, and they run very quickly to get 2 runs. Keep the scoreboard ticking.
Well, Ivan, at this stage, if you look at that field setting for Aboojo, it's going to leak runs. And with a batter like Calvin in, you'd want to limit the damage early on. Well, Joseph and Matthew are wicket-picking bowlers, but you don't want your wicket-picking bowlers to leak many. Let them pick the wickets, but also be economical at the same time. Good recovery there from Baguma. Takes space off that one, bowls it back of a length. You wouldn't want your 2 strike bowlers to go for as many as 60. You've given them the ball to give you a fighting chance, and let them give you a fighting chance by having the right field setting for them. Don't waste fielders there in the close. Set an attacking field and the batter will keep attacking you. Not just here to play cricket and win. Short pitch delivery there. Calvin rocks back, plays it, but the fielder from coverage on Eno Kasaija doing brilliantly there to cut it off.
Joseph Baguma giving away 8 runs in his first over, and 11 for 1 is the score after 2 overs. Calvin Watua, 9 of 7. Zulu Walaza, not of 3. This is the UCA Men's 50 Over League Division 1 happening here at Entebbe Cricket Oval. A cricket oval that is surrounded by beautiful trees and a golf course. It's near the shores of Lake Victoria, and it's near Entebbe International Airport. Matthew Msinguzi will bowl the second over of the game from the side of the airport. Eshemi down the track, hits it up in the air, chance to catch. Oh! Enoko Kasaija not getting that chance. A hard one to take. But in the end, Zulu Walaza gets off the mark. A big shout out to the sponsors, Uganda Cricket Association and Leica Mobile, making sure that we have games streamed Of course, it's a growing plan by the association, try and make sure that the fans can enjoy some of these games at their comfort, in their living rooms. Tries to cut that one, but misses it. That is the replay there. Look at that. Bowlers are making the ship down the track. Hit, but it didn't hit it enough. But thing seems to still bowling something nice and it ain't the lane. Make sure rounders at the back foot. Goes down to smoke, but misses it. Shouts of how is it, but not out of the ball from the umpire. Something to yes, quick result in this game, they need to pick the wickets. But not so that this ball will have to overs, put more pressure to build themselves for that game.
Exactly, Ivan. But you won't pick wickets by setting these very attacking fields. See, on that occasion, the fielder, fortunately, Juna unable to collect, set the fielders in the conventional field positions, give your bowlers a chance to pick those wickets. Calvin hitting out on this occasion. The fielder there fumbles it and it goes over the rope. A very, very good cricketing shot. Very high elbow there on shore and clears the long off region, picking up a boundary.
Well, that is the replay there right in your frame. Calvin Watwa picked up the length very nicely. I believe that could have been saved, but the effort there going in vain. See that one, Matiaka, sorry, Enoko Kaseja running in, try and stop it, but eventually it runs away. 16 for 1 after 3 overs is the score, as there is a bowling change from the side of the Golf Club House. Innocent Mwebazi will replace Joseph Baguma. But just a quick update from the other games. Soroti State Cricket Club in the Laika Women's T20 has scored 113 for 5 in 20 overs. Tanara Bees is responding and they are 25 for 2. Ginger SS scored 108 for 5 in 20 overs. And Mount St. Henry's Mokono is 30 for 1. Zulualas are taking some bit of his time there to get ready. But a great initiative from the association, give trying to make sure that the fans on weekends can watch these games at their comfort.
Very, very good work there from the media team at Uganda Cricket. Fans not just following on the links, as was the case previously. This time round, they're able to watch. Chance for a run out there. They decide against making the second. Ivan, I tell you, if these two continue running like this, fielding side will stand a chance. No offense intended, but one of the two batters there clearly finding trouble getting off his feet.
Innocent Mwebazi, some good shot there. Tries to cut it late. But Ahura Amos chips in the dive to make sure that no runs are given away. I tell you something, Aboojo came into this game believing that despite a small total they have put on board, they have a chance to defend. And that's why you see they're trying to make sure that they correct everything in the field. Try and make sure they apply some bit of pressure to this rounder's side. See them grumble and pick the points.
Well, Ivan, talking about the focus on picking up a win, I would love to see this Aboojo side do better next time out, especially when it comes to batting. We know it's a very talented side, very skilled batters there in their lineup, but on several occasions, looks like they're not interested in playing the 50-over game, seem to be rushed, always giving away easy wickets early on. putting themselves in a hard place.
I think one of the things they should be looking out for is if you're opening with Brian Asawa, who is going so aggressive at it, you should have someone who is holding on the other side, not having two people being aggressive at the same time. If you have Asawa who is taking on the bowlers, try and make sure that you have maybe Fortinet Ali Jr. Try and make sure that he looks for the singles so that you try and play these overs and push it. This game was 50 for 1 at the moment, but 9 wickets added on only 61 runs. So would feel that they fell short and only playing 22.2 overs, not even reaching halfway of the innings. So need someone to keep and hold. Coslos and Movers played that role well. You could try and make sure that you shuffle, have the aggressive ones coming in, those who can hold and see everything move well for the side. Innocent Movers is still steaming in, very handle with his pace, recovering from the injury. But I tell you something, Jeff, Innocent Movers was one of the handy bowlers you'd love to see in your side. In the past, he played for Atida Cricket Club when they were still in Division 1. Should be around 2018, where they were contenders. But that year, eventually, Challengers Cricket Club won the league. Long livers, we've been around and we've seen things happen. This is the money coming around at that very time and dominating for all the years before they got an eventual disappearance from the league. That will be judged wide down the leg. Welcoming runs there for rounders. Zuluwalas are struggling with the way he's moving his feet to try and make sure that he plays the necessary shots. If I'm Innocent Movers, I would try to bowl outside off stump. Because what Zuluwalas will do is he will throw his hands at it. You create the chance as you're having two slip fielders plus a galley fielder.
A valid point there, Ivan. But having witnessed the previous game Aboojo played, came to my knowledge that's very short, and umpire standing at the leg side calls a wide way above the batter's head.
But I tell you something, the plan was good. Zuluwalas are looking stiff. Give him one bouncer so that when you bowl one to the stumps or when you yoke him, you have a chance of picking his wicket. I saw it in one of the build-ups from Mitchell Stark when he was bowling to Virat Kohli in one of the tests during that December World Test Champion Cycle 2025. So it's really a good plan. After bouncing, ball one straight. So as the batter is trying to look for the ducking technique, you could knock him very, very quickly. End of over number 4. Innocent Movers are giving away 4 runs, and after 4 overs, 20-1 is the score.
Yes, Ivan, I was making a point in the previous over. It came to my knowledge that Innocent has been working on a particular in-swinging delivery, and many a times when he doesn't land it right, offers wides. But a very, very good prospect there, swinging the ball in at that pace. Very, very good bowlers there coming through the ranks. Innocent Mwebaze, also part of the Uganda A setup, now turning out for Aboojo Cricket Club. Matthew Musinguzi continuing from the airport end.
Of course, Matthew Msunguza has given out only 8 runs, and he's picked up a wicket. His wicket came in his first over. But 92 from 46. You would feel that Rounders is moving well. Only need a partnership try and stick in. Because what happened to Aboojo can happen to them too, crumbling very, very quickly.
Yes, Ivan, need to build partnerships. Required run rate just at 2. No pressure for runs. Well, Calvin didn't listen to me there. That was in his slot and he frees his arms. Huge maximum there for Calvin Watua off the bowling of Matthew Musinguzi.
Well, that is a massive shot there from Calvin Watua. But I think the plan was very, very clear there from the Rounders side. Of course, Brian Makamasaba playing at number 3 But this time around, they have tried to make sure that they give Calvin Watu a chance to express himself because he's not really had the time. He's not really had time to bat a lot. So they've brought him to and make sure that he takes on these bowlers. Look at that shot there. Just got down, picked up the length very nicely and cleared long off. Brilliant shot there from Calvin Watua. Of course, Calvin in with Zulu. Should not see Zulu going for those big hits. We'll try and look for those singles as Calvin is taking on the bowlers. Good plan there from Rounders Cricket Club.
Very good plan there from the think tank of Rounders. Now Aboojo heading to our call, making some necessary field adjustments. Pascal Murungi being sent to that long off region. Matthew recovering well, picking up a dot ball on that occasion. Need to see those other two fielders there also move to proper fielding positions where they'll make a contribution to the team.
Yeah, some good comeback there from Matthew Masinguzi picking some 2 dots there. Calvin Watu are now looking for the gap. Not what is happening is after scoring the maximum, you get excited, but Calvin Watu are still keeping a calm head. Try and make sure that you look for the shots down. You've already gotten the runs you needed in the over. You just keep playing, rocks back and hits it hard, but straight to the field again. But I don't think there is any sorts of pressure there on Calvin because you've already gotten a maximum and just into the fifth over of the game.
Yes, Ivan, no pressure whatsoever. At the required run rate, he has scored runs for the next 3 overs. So the job is really done after scoring that maximum. Well, with that delivery comes an end to over number 5. 26 for 1 is the score. Rounders still require another 86 runs in 45 overs. They're doing well so far. 2 batters in there in the middle, Calvin Watua and Zulu Walaza. Calvin, the aggressor of the 20 off 21, including 2 boundaries and a maximum. Zulu Walaza being kept quiet, only 2 off 7 deliveries. But like Ivan said, wouldn't want to see Zulu trying to score big. Keep looking for the singles, rotate strike, make sure Calvin is the one doing the hitting. You do the running, see your team to victory. Another change in bowling, Joseph Baguma brought back into the attack. Very, very many shuffles there in the bowling attack there for Aboojo. But I don't think the key is with the shuffling of the bowling. Just set the right field for the bowlers and everything will go to plan.
I think at this moment, one of the things that just Wagman needs to be doing is trying to make sure that he works on his line. Good ball there from Joseph Baguma. That's the line. Zul is not moving his feet. Ball outside of stump. Brilliant stuff.
Zulu Walaza there surviving. Love to see Joseph ball straight at him. Wicket to wicket line there. Challenge him. His feet are planted.
I tell you something. Zul is looking very, very solid with his defense. Not allowing anything go through his gates.
That's the line, but not the length. Would want to see Joseph ball. That was a third shot. Ball it a bit fuller. Make Zulu play at that ball. Make him drive.
Another slip has been introduced in place. Ilale Barijuka moving from mid-wicket now going to the slip region. 2 slips there. Very quick there from Joseph Baguma. Could have been interesting to see how Calvin negotiates Baguma. He's just hanging at the running striker's end.
And now this Aboojo side have realized Zulu of the 2 batters seems to be unsettled. Putting more pressure on him. An edge there, shouts of 2, but Zulu was uncomfortable facing Baguma. But finally he decides and they turn and make the second. Buys is the call by the umpire, Alpha Jeremiah. Thought I had an edge, but umpire says that missed everything, including the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, Zulu Walaza kept watching that one. They even had the chance of picking 3 runs, but he kept seeing where the ball had gone. Just not sure the speed that Joseph Oguma is using to bowl that one. But I tell you something, Jeff, when you look at the modern spinners, players like Akil Hussein, they try to bowl it very, very quick. So it's some bit of adjustment that Joseph Oguma is trying to also get to and make sure that he sees his game move forward. Zoro Walaza, this time round, he goes hard at it. A half chance that just falls short of Matthew Musinguzi. But I tell you something, the plan was very, very good there, try and make sure that they create a wicket.
29 for 1 after 6 overs. Rounders still require another 83 runs in 44 overs. Aboojo there out in the middle, trying to find solutions for these two batters. And they decide to bring on some pace. Having realized that Zulu is uncomfortable with either pace or spin, having tested him several times with the spin and he survives, they decide to bring on some pace. Perhaps break this partnership. Partnership of 28 holding steady for rounders. Zulu Walaza there in the middle, 3 of 13. Calvin Watua with 20 of 21.
They will maintain spin for now, Jeff. Initially, Kasaija was taking his run up, but they said that let Matthew Musinguzi continue. Of course, he is the only bowler who has put a difference, picking up Narendra Singh's wicket in his first over. So need to have him bowl a little more overs. Try and make sure that he creates for you another wicket. Remember, one brings two. Very, very short on that occasion, but Zulu Walaza clueless.
Clueless, exactly, Ivan. Very, very short pitch delivery there, going unpunished. The batter playing for survival. Don't know what the plan is from Zulu. More wides on offer.
I think one of the things that Zulu Walaza needs to be working on is avoiding to look behind where the ball has gone. Remember, anything behind you is an honest striker's call. So we've seen him getting himself caught up in looking where the ball has gone, and that is very, very risky for him. Anytime he will give out his wicket to a run out, so he needs to be careful and cautious. Awojo have a nice field setup. This field setup reminds me of Test cricket, Jeff. Of course, South Africa is taking on Zimbabwe. We've seen Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India, England, West Indies, Australia, the World Test Championship cycle. Goes back and hits it hard. They run very quickly and pick up that 1 run.
More by runs there. Beautiful running between the wickets. Good call made by Zulu Walaza. Ivan, I tell you, this is a bumper season. Festive season, I should say, for all Test cricket lovers. Spoiled for choice. But as it stands, South Africa in all sorts of trouble. 80 for 4, having elected to bat. Very good work being done there. But in this particular contest, Zulu Walaza losing his head, walks down the wicket and is stamped off the bowling of Matthew Musinguzi. Ivan, I tell you, this was coming. Zulu looked to be uncomfortable, clueless at everything that was going on around him, and gifts his wicket to the opposition.
Yeah, Zulu Walaza not being very, very patient on that occasion. It's a time where I would ask him, where were you going? Stay in your crease and negotiate Matthew Musinguzi. But Matthew, as I've told you, is the bowler who's put a difference. He manages to lead Zulu Walaza into his trap and he picks up the second wicket for the side. 32 for 2 is now the score. But I tell you something, they need to be cautious. Rounders Cricket Club, they might be rounded up if they are not careful. Remember, one who brings two. We saw Narendra Singh departing without troubling the scorers anyway. And now it's been followed by Zulu Walaza. The departure of Zulu Walaza will bring in Brian Makamasaba to be the new batter in. I think now they have gone back to their real lineup because we saw Brian Makamasaba batting at number 3 last weekend against Ronaldo Bees. This time round, he goes at number 4. You do have a feeling that Irshad Suleiman should be the next batter in. Not cursing any, but just saying if a wicket falls.
Yes, Ivan, you're not cursing, but spitting facts. Zulu Walaza there saved from his misery. 3 of 15. And Brian Masaba is the new batter in. Brian, of course, scoring a 30 last weekend, picking up 3 wickets to see his team to victory. Now he did the job with the ball, picking up 2 wickets earlier on in the first innings. He has to do the hard work with the bat. 80 more runs are required in 43.3 overs. He won't have to worry about the required run rate as it stands at 8.41 per over. Pick up an odd boundary here and there, and you've scored for the next 2 overs. He'll just have to play a long game, stay in there, bring his team inside to the target.
I think Brian Mark is one of the players who possess that skill of surviving. Rocks back and hits it hard. He knows the fielders are standing very close, hit it hard, and chance yourself to get that run. Not the very best of throws there from Keith Dani Aman. Nearly gave away 3 runs. So he needs to be cautious with that. But when Mark Masawa off the mark right away.
Brian there off the mark with a cut off the back foot. At this stage of the game, Aboojo will have to think hard because these 2 batters can exploit those gaps in the field. Shouts and the umpire in agreement there. Very, very good bowling there from Matthew Musinguzi. Tosses it up a bit fuller. Calvin Watua onto one knee tries to sweep that, but misses. And is caught plumb at the crease there. Wicket number 3 for Aboojo. Like you said, rounders might be rounded up. Quick look at the replay there. That was straight in the middle. Calvin trying to sweep that one. Took his eyes off it and goes on to hit his back pad.
I tell you something, Matthew Musinguzi has been the bowler in to do a lot of good work there for Aboojo. He's put his hand up to be counted and he's put the difference. But look at that one. Calvin Watu, of course, going for the sweep. Misses it completely. And the umpire, Juma Kabula, says that was hitting stumps. And Calvin Watua will have to depart. The new batter in Irshad Suleiman for Rounders Cricket Club. Irshad Suleiman, former player for the Uganda under-19 team. One of those players that you would see that he has a skill in the way he goes with his batting. Should be nice to see how he negotiates Matthew Msinguzi. But I tell you something, things are turning drastically. Jeff, 33 for 3. Could quickly be 8 all out.
Yes, Ivan. 33 for 3 in quick time. And that takes us back to your point. Have your batting lineup in proper order so that doesn't cause any upsets later on. Seems the decision to have Zulu Walaza open the batting is causing a few upsets. Caused imbalance there for the team. And now they're being put under pressure. 3 quick wickets there. Matthew Musinguzi, who in this over follows that up with a dot ball. And that brings an end to over number 7, 33 for 3. These two will want to rebuild. Brian Masaba and Suleiman Irishad still require another 79.
I tell you something, from where I would see a lot of silence in the Rounders dugout. Looks like at this moment of the game, they have also accepted that it will not be an easy chase. The runs don't look so many on board, but a lot of caution should be taken. Joseph Baguma will come back to ball from the side of the golf club house. 79 from 33. Record run rate 1.84, about 2 runs. It's not a game you should rush for. With Brian Masabo on strike, of course, he's known for his sweep shots and his strength on the onside. So the two fielders outside, Matthew Musinguzi is starting at deep mid wicket. And they have a man at cow corner. Good line there from Joseph Baguma.
Very, very interesting field setting. Look at that offside for the Aboojo side. This one tossed up on this occasion. Brian obliges and drives that to the unmanned deep extra cover region.
Yeah, not a very good ball there from Joseph Baguma, bowling it very, very full on that occasion. And Brian Masaba manages to play it through the cover area. The two fielders standing close, you need to get the ball pitch and have it turn like that. Good work there, but there is a no ball call there from the umpire as Baguma has overstepped. Free hit and a chance for Brian Mark Masawa to free up his arms. There's something funny, Jeff. There is a no ball call of that sort. You're not allowed to change the field. But the fielders who are standing close and holding helmets will now just go out. And at the moment, I want you having just 90 players on pitch. But was his hand at it, but not enough batting. Chance for a run out. Brian Asawa could have done better on that occasion to make sure that he fixed that run out for the side. But in the end, Brian Makmasa picks that single.
A good delivery there to ball off a free hit, not giving the batter anything to play with and just limiting them to a single on that occasion. Joseph Baguma, a bowler with big brains, lots of variations. Let's see what he can do for his team. That single brings Irishad Suleiman on strike, yet to face a delivery from Baguma and yet to get off a mark in this particular contest. A very good delivery to follow that up. Joseph Baguma is one to watch out for. "13 runs in 2.4 overs. Well, that doesn't tell the whole story. Foolish delivery again. Matthew Musinguzi running in, but that falls short of the fielder. And they complete a single. Irishad Suleiman off a mark there. 75 more runs are required in 42.2 overs. I tell you, this Entebbe wicket is not an easy one. Early on in the season, we saw Kachi Tigers defending 66 runs against Avengers, one the Avengers boys would want to forget quickly. Brian Masaba onto one knee, plays a beautiful sweep shot behind fine leg. Outfield still too slow, and they pick up a double. Very, very good work by Pascal Murungi, steaming in from fast sleep to cut that off. Look at that beautiful shot played by Brian Masaba. Gets onto one knee, sweeps it from the offside, accessing that fine leg area, picking up a double for his team. 40 runs for 3 after 8 overs. Aboojo once again turning to Matthew Musinguzi. Pick of the bowler so far, 3 wickets thus far. If he can help them pick up another 2 wickets, we'll bring them back into the contest. Hasn't bowled any maiden so far, but conceded 17 in 4 overs, picked up 3 wickets, including 2 in the last over. Now he's back to bowl his 5th over. Good delivery to start with. Ivan, I tell you, Matthew is a very difficult customer to deal with, having played him in the nets. By the time you get down on one knee to sweep the ball, it's already gone. Gets turn and bounce.
Yeah, and he always effects those quick balls. This time around, he bowls it very slow, and that is it up in the air. Chance for a catch. A catch is taken, and just like that, Matthew Musinguzi has another wicket. He's been the difference for the Aboojo side, picking up 4 wickets. Irshad Suleiman not happy with the way he's going out, but he will have to depart. Look at the replay there right in your screen. Irshad thought the ball for hitting had come, just played it up, but not over the mid-off area. Innocent Mwebaze jumping high in the sky, takes that catch, and just like that, rounders are 40 for 4.
Very, very beautiful catch taken there by Innocent Mwebaze, the skipper. That was in the air for some time, kept his eyes on the ball, and finally, when it was dropping, took a beautiful catch. 4 wickets for Matthew Musinguzi. Brilliant bowling there. 4.2 overs and has only gone for 17 runs, picking up 4 wickets. With that wicket comes Stephen Wawose. Stephen Wawose on numerous occasions being the go-to man for this rounders side when Brian Mark has been absent. Now these two being tasked to chase down this total.
I tell you, at this moment, all the batters have departed, and now rounders relying on the all-rounders they have in the side. Of course, after Stephen Wawose, we'll see Sirajan Sobuga coming in, Jonathan Inyero, Konsa Cyrus, David Imwesu, Tembos Bade, but all those could be easy spots for the side. Matthew Msugu still keeping on the pressure. Very solid. Stephen Wawose. The only left-handed batter playing in today's lineup.
Yes, I would love to see these two trying to play out these skilled spinners. Because even if they lose their wickets after playing out this, it will be easy for the tail end. The other bowlers remaining in the Aboojo side, not difficult to deal with. But these two spinners, Joseph and Matthew, very, very skilled bowlers. Good fielding there by Fortunate Ali Juna, pardon me, by Amos Ahura in the close. Bowler changing ends there coming from over the wicket. That went through the fielder's legs. But a dot ball is picked up. Very, very good over there. Wicket maiden from Matthew Musinguzi. 4 wickets he has picked in this game, just for 17 runs in 5 overs, including 25 dot balls. Very, very impressive there from Matthew Musinguzi.
Another thing that you forgot to mention, Jeff, is that Matthew Msuguzi has tried to create those chances to try and make sure that he keeps his side in contention. After 9 overs, 40 for 4 is now the score, and we are into the last over to end the first power play of the game. Joseph Baguma still trying to get his groove. He's given away 16 runs in 3 overs and is yet to pick up a wicket. He will now bowl from the golf clubhouse end. One to the pads. Loud appeal. They all looked interested. But umpire Jeremiah Alpha Adoa not interested. We'll have to look at that one. But what a quick ball there from Joseph Baguma. Calls him right away. Fran Makamasaba trying to shuffle across, accessing the onside. Of course, it's a strong scoring region. He forgets to close his gates. And just like that, Aboojo have their fifth wicket. 40 for 5. Look at that triple there. Fran Makamasaba turning, but not making contact. The disappointment there very, very visible as they lose another wicket.
Brian Makumasava on the previous delivery where there were appeals for an LB. I was about to mention that a lot of turn on offer. Brian on this occasion trying to play with a turn but beaten by the bounce, and that goes on to clip the bail. Wicket number 5, half of the side back into the dugout. Another 72 runs still required. Rounders with a big job. Aboojo on top of this one. Decision to back the spinners paying off.
Yeah, Brian must have very disappointed there. But you could clearly see that he wanted to play to the onside, access that square leg vacant area. Unfortunately, it was a bit released slowly by Joseph Waguma. A deja vu on the card already. Maybe it's time for Aboojo to replicate the performance that Catch Tigers displayed on this very ground, defending 67 runs. Cyrus Kunsa is the new batter in. I tell you something, at this moment, Aboojo could just have to and make sure that they keep the pressure on. 72 runs. Look, men, if they keep this tight bowling, they chance themselves to pick up a victory. Fred Massa has played only 4 games for Rounders Cricket Club, and he's managed to win 3 of those, falling short just once, and that was during the Wanderers game. Kunsa will now have to hold the team on. 2 left-handed options will now be in for Rounders Cricket Club.
Ivan. Rounders in all sorts of trouble with that wicket of Brian Makmasava. Perhaps their chances of winning this one.
I tell you, Jeff, I should have sent Sirajan Subuga ahead of Kunsa Cyrus to keep the left-right combination. And also, I believe Sirajan Subuga has slightly better batting capabilities compared to Kunsa. But sending Kunsa, in my opinion, is taking a risk. And remember, another wicket lost here will mean more pressure. Joseph Tukunsa, clueless, but he will live to die another day.
Yes, Ivan. There has been a lot of tinkering with the batting order today, and in my opinion, that has been the undoing for Rounders. They should have stuck to their normal batting lineup, but changing numbers here and there has created imbalances, and we see them continue to do the same. Left-handed combination there for Joseph Baguma, making his job easy. It's well known, non-rocket science, that Baguma really enjoys bowling at left-handers, always challenging them with the variations he has. When you expect the off-spinner to bowl the Dushra, Kunsa Cyrus there on this occasion, equal to the task, knows his team's hopes resting on his shoulders, and Wawose will have to build a partnership.
End of over number 10. We are done with the power play here. And the score stands at 40 for 2. Aboojo Cricket Club trying to remain alive in this one. Not giving away anything.
Back-to-back maidens there from Aboojo. putting some pressure on rounders.
I tell you something, Jeff. At this time, Aboojo was 74 for 3. And rounders voted for 5. You would quickly say that Aboojo are ahead of things.
That's a flip of the scorecard because Aboojo ended up adding 72 to the total. And now, I mean, pardon me, they ended up adding 40 to the total, which rounders have at the moment. And now rounders require 72 with 40 on board, already having lost 2 more wickets.
Matthew Msinguzi back to ball from the side of the airport. Starts with a wide down the leg. Chance to run. They are not taking any risks. Rounders playing with a lot of caution at the moment. But they will have to take a wide and a run. Welcoming runs for them after back-to-back maidens. Anything that comes freely, you would welcome it with open arms.
Good running between the wickets there. Any chance to add some runs to the total are welcome, but they wouldn't want to lose a wicket through an uncalled for run out. And that was a very good call from Stephen Wabose. He knows another wicket, and surely the game is out of their hands. But as it is, still have a chance to win this one. 70 more runs required. That one still on the legs. Kunsa Cyrus quickly pounces on that, sweeps it to the vacant fine leg area, and they pick up a double.
Avoid one of the teams that play with a lot of passion. Of course, rounders being founded back in the years. Just a number of players who are just started of playing in the Ginger Association of Cricket Clubs, Jack. When they joined the campus, they said, let's form rounders. A lot of stories about it being founded. Others say it was founded in the, okay, we could just say it was founded in the early 2000s. But disappeared after some time. Then they just reappeared about 2 seasons ago. Chance to run, they play. There's a chance to run out. But Hilary Barijuka taking his time to pick that one. And they managed to scamper for 2. I'll tell you something, it's a worrying state for rounders at the moment. They are clapping for the 2s.
That's the game of cricket, can humble you. But that was very sluggish and lazy from Hilary Barijuka. What could have been a single turned into 2. Should know that fighting with the poultry total.
Balls him right away. Matthew Msinguzi now with a fifer. Very unstoppable at the moment. One of the things that I nearly told you, Jeff, was that Stephen Wabose getting off strike meant that Kusa Silas will be exposed. He is exposed and he is knocked over. 6th wicket for Aboojo. Aboojo, of course, we don't want to mean the boys. The boys are now all over the men.
The energetic boys to add. Aboojo Wanyakasura.
40 for 6 as Kunsa Cyrus departs. Of course, look at that delivery there from Matthew Msinguzi. Bowled it outside off stump and got that sharp turn in. Kunsa Cyrus going down one knee to work it away, misses it. And in the end, Matthew Msinguzi picks up his fifer to keep Aboojo alive in the game. The replay there in another angle. Good bowling there from Matthew Msinguzi. Look at the celebration there. I tell you something, from this moment on, the game will be for Aboojo to throw away. Fight hard, break this partnership, and you're already down to the bowlers. Seen the Odimos was struggling in the past day, in the past games. You could just be worried, baby, because of Tembo Zubairi. But the new batter in is Siraj Nsobuga.
Yes, Ivan, a very good setup there by Matthew. Bowled a couple down leg to Kunsa and finally bowled one outside off. Kunsa plays across that one and is bowled.
Very quick on that occasion. But the plan is on there for Matthew Msinguzi. The new batter is in. Ball those quick deliveries. before he gets into the game. Good thinking there. Matthew Msinguzi has been the difference for me. I tell you something, that FIFA should be the reason there for Aboojo to try and make sure that they pick something out of this game. Aboojo not to say that he will give up very, very quickly. When they had 123 runs on board, they managed to keep the fight on. But that will mark at the end of the 11th over, and the score is 46 for 6.
Very, very good bowling there from Matthew Musinguzi, picking up a fifer just for 23 runs. Very impressive, keeping his side in the contest. I tell you, at this stage, Rounders hoping for a miracle at the leg side. 66 runs are still required in 39 overs. Quick look at the required run rate, just below 2 at 1.69. But I don't have to worry about that. It's the wickets column to worry about. 6 wickets already back in the dugout, already into the tail. Now hoping for Siraje and Subuga and Stephen Wabose to produce a miracle.
I tell you something, when you look at the way Aboojo has stuck on their plan, trying to keep the spinners in as Joseph Baguma comes back. Alia said that he enjoys bowling to the left-handed batters. And he starts his over with the dot ball. Matthew Msinguzi with the fifer and Joseph Baguma with the wicket. And not committed there on what to do. Four dots there from Joseph Baguma, try and make sure that he keeps the pressure on. I tell you something, these two new batters are yet to get off the mark. Stephen Wabose 9 off 8 and Sergeant Sobga 9 off 3. Aboojo keeping themselves alive. That is dapped in the gap, but there is a run-out chance. He doesn't go for the direct hit. Of course, not going for the risk. You're not defending many runs, so you don't need to go for those overthrows. You may end up giving away 5, and that will become costly.
A brilliant brain from Joseph Baguma there. Knows his side is defending a poultry total. Wouldn't want to play for the opposition and give them some runs through overthrows. But did a good work there, good job. Fielding off his own bowling. On another occasion, that could have been to some bowlers just go back to the stumps and wait. And with no fielder in sight, batters could have scampered through for a double.
A bit full, but yet outside off stump. A dirty ball, and that will mark the end of the 12th over. 47 for 6. Aboojo. Rounders should be praying that they have a partnership to stick and clear for them off some runs. I think you could easily fancy these two. Soboka Siraj and Steven was trying to make sure that they keep the game on. Matthew Musinguzi will come back to ball from the side of the airport. He has a 5 already, and now he's coming back to hunt for more. At a time where Aboojo needed someone to raise up his hand and be counted. Now Matthew Musinguzi will bowl his 7th over. He's so far bowled 6, considered 23 runs. But the 5 wickets are the difference and are the talking moment at this point in the game.
A very, very good work there. If these two batters can watch off these two bowlers, 9 overs to be exact, and look to motor on, but those 9 overs will be very challenging. Many questions will be asked of their skills, and let's see how they go about that.
Stephen was playing with some bit of composure. He manages to pick that single. And that would bring up 48 runs for Rounders Cricket Club. Sergeant Sobuga now will take a guard yet to get off the mark. This is the UCM Men's 50 Over League. Matthew Musinguzi is still in. Pulls one quick to the pulse of Sergeant Sobuga. Ready call there from the umpire. Welcoming runs, 49 already on board. Sergeant Sobuga being pushed on the back foot. A lot of silence from the Rounders dugout tells you the exact story that things are not moving well for them. All the fielders are fielding inside the circle. Test cricket like pitch.
Aboojo, of course, on top of this one, want to put more pressure on the two batters in by having all the fielders inside the ring. Let's see if you can hit over the ring. Are the questions being asked? Siraj and Subuga there answers with a beautiful cover drive, but Joseph Baguma doing brilliantly to cut it off, limit them to just 2 runs. A very, very good shot played off the back foot there by Siraje. Creamed through the cover region to get off the mark.
And that will bring up 50 runs on board for Rounders Cricket Club. 51 for 6. A bit of a floater there. But it will be judged wide by the umpire. Sergeant Soboga just not connecting it. But runs.
Aboojo being generous and dishing out 15 extras already in this chase. Remember, they were only given 7 in the first innings. Quicker one there beats everything, Bat and the keeper, and they scamper through for 2 byes. Steve Wabose knows all the team's hopes are resting on his bat at the moment. Won't want to throw away his wicket. A beautiful shot there to close out the over, and they pick up a single. 56 for 6 after 13. Rounders still require another 55 to pick up a win. Pardon me, another 56 to pick up a win in this contest. That will see them get out of the relegation battle.
Yeah, the runs on board and the runs required. All equal. But they'll need to be very, very cautious with how they talk on the business. The hungry Joseph Waguma, who so far bowled 5 and considered 17, picking up 1 wicket, and a big scalp of Brian Makamasawa will now come back to bowl from the side of the golf clubhouse. One fielder outside the arc at the cow corner area bowls it a bit quick, edged, and no run taken. A solid knuckle there from Siraje Nsoboga. These two playing with a lot of caution. They don't want to throw it away. A bit full. Great thinking there from Joseph Baguma, not giving him arms. Try and make sure that you squeeze in the dots and put some bit of pressure. Applies it to mid off. Stopped by Brian Asaba, but a run is taken. I think these two batters should not put themselves on pressure. Let them just keep taking those singles. Of course, when you look at the equation, 56 from 220 balls, singles could easily see you cross the line.
Yes, Ivan, the equation on paper seems to be easy, but the resources at hand in terms of wickets almost depleted. 4 back in the heart. But I think Steve perhaps listened to my call. Try to watch out these two bowlers. Let them finish their quarter. Matthew has 3 more overs. After this, Joseph will have 4 more overs. If they can watch them off and attack the remaining bowlers, perhaps it could work in their favor.
Brilliant bowling there from Joseph Baguma. He knows the dot balls will bring pressure, and pressure will bring wickets. Squeezes in a dot, and that will mark the end of the 14th over. 57 for 6. Joseph Baguma in his 6th, he has only given away a run. Right now, the thinking there, of course, with these two spinners having their overs getting depleted, you need to try and make sure that you do a change in the bowling attack, and some bit of pace will be introduced. Innocent Mwebaze will change bowling ends. We saw him bowling 1 over from the side of the golf clubhouse, but this time round he will go to the airport end and chip in another one. Like Mobile, Uganda Cricket Association, making sure that these games are streamed live. Of course, like Mobile, the sponsors of Uganda Cricket Association, in case you need fast internet, just get yourself a Leica SIM card. Try and make sure that as Leica is supporting the game, we're also giving them back in terms of having their SIM cards, subscribing to their calls, having their minutes to try and make sure that we work hand in hand. Good shot there from Stephen Wabose, but only 1 run is taken.
Very good work done there by Pascal Murungi. That was racing away. He cuts it off, and given his throwing abilities, they are happy to take 1. And that brings Siraje Nsubuga to face the music. I think it was a good decision by the skipper to take Matthew off. Wouldn't want to see him bowl out his remaining overs without picking up a wicket. These two being tentative at the moment. Siraj and Subuga there with a beautiful on drive, picking up 2 runs. A very, very good shot of confidence there played by Siraj and Subuga. If he continues to play like this, to raise his team's hopes of picking up a win.
Yeah, these two batters have been very, very good in playing pace. They love pace on. They love things coming quick to the blades. And you see that they have started becoming very, very comfortable. I feel that one of the things you cost about the game is maybe not having an extra spinner. Nice comeback there from Innocent Mwebas, giving away 3 runs in the first deliveries, and now he picks up a dot.
Well, Ivan, they have another spinner, unfortunately, Juna, but always, and to my disliking, always used sparingly. Yet to see him feature in this particular context.
Unfortunately, you know, with some loose googlies, you not have him in the attack at a time where there is pressure to defend. A poultry total. Good picking there. Goes for a bouncer. Nice ball there from Mwebaze.
Effort ball there from Innocent, well directed bouncer. And Siraj ducks, watches that one now go into the keeper's gloves. Well, Ivan, I remember growing up, Siraj was known for his batting. And on several occasions, we've seen on his semi-pro status winning games for the clubs he has played for in Kenya, Rwanda, but yet to replicate that in Uganda. Growing up, he was known as a batter, complete all-rounder, but in the past few years, being tagged as a bowler, yet he can give you some good runs with the bat.
I tell you something funny, Jeff. For the 7 years that Simon Sessa has played in the school's cricket, he was always named the best bowler. Very, very fun that even in the year 2015, when he last surfaced, he was the best bowler of that tournament. But currently, you cannot have Simon Sessas being close to the ball anywhere, not even in the domestic cricket. So I think one of the things that always happen is that these players, when they grow to the national team, they always tend to be changed so that they pick up other roles. So Sergeant Sobuga, one of the players that I started watching play and seeing when he was playing with KICC Cricket Club. Of course, he could come and put on some runs. But that is the batting card there for rounders in the game. Narendra Singh 9 off 2, goal by Matthew Musinguzi Zulu, another 3 off 15. Snapped by Ivan Thauthamura off Matthew Musinguzi's bowling. Calvin Watua 20 off 23. He's clearly put a difference. But in the end, as it stands, 60 for 6. 52 runs needed from 35 overs. The team will take a drinks break and will also take a short break. We are back from the drinks break. 52 runs from 35 overs. Required run rate 1.49. Aboojo now making the shuffles after giving Innocent Muevas a 1 over from the side of the leg. Keith Aman will bowl one, his first from the side of the golf clubhouse. Jeff, I think I could have gone with an option of Pascal Murungi or Enoch Kasaija at this moment. Keith Aman hasn't played so many games this season. Of course, he's taken up with the management of the team. And I would still stick with Matthew, with Kasaija, Enoch, and Pascal Murungi for the fact that they have been training all through the week. So expect them to deliver when you need them. Of course, it's now some bit of pressure. 52 from 210. You need some tight lines.
Ivan, I would also have the same school of thought, have Enoch Kasaija or Pasco, not just for the fact that Keith has played less games, they have more pace. And looking at the state of the game, these two batters can decide to attack one bowler. Don't want that bowler to be Keith. We'll go for many, reduce the target further. But well, we are not the captains, we are not out there in the middle. Let's see what Keith has to respond to the captain's call.
Fast ball there from Keith Danaman, steaming in fast. But still making sure that he has his run upright. Of course, Keith Danaman, one of the players who bowl from the wrong foot.
Could be quotes already committed on the front foot or the back foot before the delivery is made. And we saw on that occasion Steve almost giving a catch for committing too early. Very, very handy glove work there from Ivan Tawitamwera, standing up to these medium pace bowlers.
Yeah, but Evan Tawitamwera, an experienced campaigner. He formerly played with the Challengers Cricket Club before going back home to play for Nyakasoro Cricket Club. Of course, Nyakasoro Cricket Club, not a very old club, founded just a few years ago. But Ivan Tawitamwera has caps with the Cricket Cranes, something you can't rule out of experience. Look at that one. He makes keeping look easy. And Ivan Tawitamwera, of course, one of the motivations many players that I've shared with from that Aboojo side, from the Nyakasura side, keep saying that they have grown looking up to him. And they all wish maybe one time they will be like him. One thing I like about Ivan Tawitamwera is the fact that he is always clean. Ivan will always show up on a white shoe. When I see drizzles, I always put on black shoes. But Ivan, even when he just goes for road run, he will be in white shoes. Very quick again. Keith Danaman trying to disapprove us and keeping that tight line.
Yes, Ivan, very good bowling from Keith, being helped by the good glove work by Ivan. But talking about Ivan being a role model and mentor for the boys from Nyakasura, not just the boys, even the girls. Nyakasura are not really known for the girls' game, but they also play cricket there at Nyakasura School. A very, very good mentor and role model. You want to have such a role model for your child.
Of course, there are schools of thoughts that say that the first cricket ball in Uganda was bowled at Nyakasura School. But fun enough, Jeff, I've never been at Nyakasura. But the closest I was in Fort Poto City, then later went to Kasese when they had a tournament a few years ago. But with the fact that the boys' schools cricket week tournament will be hosted in the beautiful city, the tourism city of Fort Poto. Of course, at Nyakasura School, I believe it's my opportunity to also set a feat at that iconic place where cricket started here in Uganda. Keith Danaman He's been very, very handy bowling everything outside off stump. And even when you look at that weight that is given out, it is outside off stump. That just means that he's bowling to the plan, not giving anything away very, very easy to the batters.
Very, very good bowling there. Ivan, I tell you, Fort Porto is a cold city, Nyakasura to be specific. Played there twice, once in 2016 and 2017 with entire school.
When you spoke about coldness, I remembered one of the memes that I read. But maturity is realizing that bathing is not necessary.
Yes, Ivan, I tell you, maturity could be that. For the 2 years I played cricket at Nyakasura School, I remember the qualifiers would be teams would arrive on Thursday, we play through the weekend and depart on Sunday. So between Thursday and Sunday, my last shower would be Thursday at entire school, and my next one would be Sunday evening at entire school. That's how cold it is that side. Touch the water, it's ice freezing.
Hope the younger boys don't pick that from you.
Of course not. Youngsters are still growing. Having come from Barra region, which is Barara, which is dry and warm, far-fetched from what you find in Fort Porto there. Yakasura at the foothills of Mountain Renzori. Just see the dark mountain towering over you as you're playing cricket. Very, very beautiful sights. Can't wait to be back in Fort Porto for the Boys Schools Cricket Week this year.
Yeah, Kitana man giving away just 3 runs. And after 16 overs, 63 for 6 is the score.
Stephen Wawose and Siraj Nsubuga, the two batters in there. Huge task on their hands. Another 49 required. Can they knock it off? Steve being professional thus far, taking things slowly. 6 of 18 with Siraj on 4 of 19.
One of the things that they have done is that they have played with calm heads, not rushing at anything. Whoever the innocent, the captain for Aboojo Cricket Club, will come back to ball from the side of the airport.
Well, Ivan, in my thinking, at this stage of the game, these two should be looking at amping the tempo of scoring with pace on offer. You have more shots you can play to pick up runs with little risk being taken, little or none at all. Play shots on merit. If you can pick up at least 3 boundaries in each over, or at least 2 boundaries in each over, I tell you, in 6-7 overs, we shall be done. But pace bowler is doing a great job, not giving anything. Bowling such good lengths. Fumble there in the field, and they make 2.
Yeah, not good scenes there. Innocent Mwebaze, very disappointed. At least you can fumble and give out 1, but giving away 2 runs in the inner circle, not very good. 2 easy runs there taken in the circle. Everybody playing for the opposition.
Very good running there, taking advantage of the situation.
Very, very full there. And dab destroyed to mid-on. That's Komurunji there. Shining the seam. 46 from 33.3 overs is now the equation for Rounders Cricket Club to keep their winning streak. Of course, they came at the back of a victory against Sonarabi's at this very ground, but they managed to survive an early scare, and this one trying to build a partnership. Try and keep in, get the runs coming. Innocent Movers are there trying to keep the pressure on, try and keep Aboojo alive in the game. These two batters, Rajan Sobuga and Stephen Wabos, have been very, very solid with their blocks. But you would feel that Aboojo are trying to drop their shoulders. The body language trying to drop drastically as the runs required keep reducing. You'd have to keep positive. That hits the pads, but clearly that was going to miss stumps. A bit of a bounce off the surface. But they are interested because they know that all they need to win this game are wickets. Well, that will mark the end of the 17th over. 66 for 6 is now the score.
Innocent Mwebaze looking very dejected there, still down on his haunches. Siraje Nsubuga surviving that loud appeal. Aboojo being put under pressure. The 3 overs of pace so far taking the pressure off rounders. That has given them an opportunity to score freely, thus reflecting the pressure back to Aboojo. Keith Dan Aman continuing from the clubhouse end. Very dejected looks out there in the field, dropped shoulders, looks of uncertainty, hoping for a miracle, hoping for a wicket here to raise their hopes and energies.
Stephen Wabose very much aware that a lot is resting on him. Just punches that in the gap. And they go for another run. Of course, in the other games that have happened, Ginger SS beat Mount St. Henry's by 19 runs. That is the Lake Women's T20. Run out chance. But not taken. Sorority City beat Ronaldo Bees by 34 runs. But both these games of the Lake Women's T20 have reverse fixtures. And the games will be happening again on those respective venues this afternoon. Wide. He gave out 2 in his first over. And now he's given away 1 already. Kithadani Amani. Aboojo Cricket Club. Representing with a lot of pride there. Looking for that fourth stump line. Very, very effective there from Keith. He's really seen that these batters don't score with ease. on things that are dropping outside. And that's why he's trying to make sure that he maintains that line.
Keith keeps on darting away. Another dot ball. Very, very good bowling. Has only conceded 5 of the 5. 3 have been extras. But that doesn't take away the good work he has done. Trying to keep these two batters in check. 44 still required. Look at that action. Very beautiful bowling from Dan Aman. And with that dot ball comes an end to over number 18. 68 for 6 is the score. Another 44 required in 32 overs. And there is a bowling change there from the airport end. Joseph Baguma brought back into the attack. Realized these two batters are too comfortable with the pace. Just playing with the pace. And now they bring back the spin bowling option. Joseph Baguma still has 4 more overs in this game. Matthew Musinguzi still has another 3 overs. Those are the challenging phases we shall have in this game. If they're able to watch off Baguma and Matthew, then perhaps they stand a chance of winning the game. But as it stands, Aboojo on top of this one, 68 for 6. They require another 4 wickets to pick up a victory here. Rounders, on the other hand, require 44 more runs in 32 overs. Very easy on paper, but the execution will set the two teams apart. Baguma with the dot ball to start with. Another dot ball picked up there. Very, very good lines being bowled by Baguma. Stephen Wabose knows he has to survive up to the end if they are to pick up a victory. A very, very beautiful shot there. Played a late cut onto the toe of the bat, and that races away to the boundary. The first boundary we've seen in more than 7 overs. Very, very, very good batting there from Wabose with Tonofa, and plays a late cut. Matthew Musinguzi there giving chase, but in vain. A very, very beautiful shot played there. First time he's given an opportunity to free his arms. Plays a late cut. That races away to the boundary for a 4. Now 44 required. Pardon, 40 required. Another beautiful shot played. This time round, Baguma straying down to the pads. And Wavose playing a beautiful lap shot. The fielder there, Hilary Balijuka, unable to cut it off. 2 boundaries so far in the over. 36 is the required total at the moment. Very, very good cricket here from Steve Wabose. He has been patient, and slowly his opportunities are coming. Another hit me ball there from Baguma. Beautiful recovery there from Baguma. Bowling that one off a good length. 76 for 6. Another short pitch delivery, touch and go, but allowed no calls from the dugout. A very, very good over there for rounders. 8 runs off it in a game where you require less than 1.5. They got 8 off that particular over. taking their total to 76. 76 for 6 in 19 overs. Another 36 required for victory. 36 is still a big total, but our 2 big hits will take it to the 20s. And from there, you can start counting downwards. Keith Dan Aman continuing from the club end. I'd have loved to see one of the spinners back from this end. Unfortunately, Baguma was brought on from the airport end, conceding 2 boundaries in that over. Stephen Wawose and Siraj Nsubuga, the 2 batters in there fighting for rounders. Wawose with 18 of 29 and Siraj 4 of 26. Very, very good delivery there. Like we talked about Ivan early on in Keith's spell. Since he bowls on the wrong foot, it tends to make batters commit, rushes them into their shots. On this occasion, Siraj planting the front foot and playing for dead. Another dot ball, very, very good batting there from Siraj. Not trying to replicate what his teammate did, playing the situation, waiting for the bad ball, respecting the good delivery. Very, very good cricket all around. Bowler doing great work, bowling the hard lines. Width on offer this time round. Cut shot played, but the fielder Joseph Baguma doing brilliantly to cut that one off. Rounders playing for survival, already in the drop zone, having been promoted last season. Rounders, Wanderers, and Avengers, they're all with 6 points apiece. Remember, at the end of the season, only 2 teams will be relegated. Rounders still surviving on net run rate. Wanderers having given a walkover to Kachi in the 7th position there with 6 points as well. Avengers have played 10 games with 6 points, taking on the Ceylon Lions this weekend. Very, very good over there from Keith. Finishes it off with a dot ball. Finally bowls his maiden. 3 overs into his spell. Has conceded only 5 of the 5-3 were extras. Very, very brilliant bowling there from Keith Dan Aman. Looks like there is another bowling change from the airport end. Matthew Musinguzi is getting back into the attack. Matthew Musinguzi, 5 wickets already in this particular game. Five wickets for 30 runs in 7 overs. 32 dot balls. With a maiden to go with, has brought his team back into the contest. Now being called on to finish the job. These two building some sort of partnership that's causing worry in the Aboojo dugout. 36 still required in 30 overs, almost run a ball. Run an over, pardon me. Very, very good delivery to start with there from Matthew. Inside edge from Steve Wabose. And they pick up a single. Now this is an interesting contest. Siraje Nsubuga facing off with Matthew Musinguzi. Cooler Head will go out on top of this battle. I tell you, a lot to prove for the two to each other. Very, very good delivery there. Siraje equal to the task. A very, very interesting field setting there. 7 fielders there close to the bat. An edge, but not a catch. Came off the keeper's pads there. Siraje swinging hard at that one and misses. Fortunately for him, even the keeper misses, and they are able to complete 2 byes.
I think the plan now for Aboojo Cricket Club, bring back your prime spinners to try and make sure that they break this partnership. But I tell you something, if this partnership survives these spinners, it will be very hard for Aboojo to come back into the game.
Exactly, Ivan. And the manner in which they were brought back into the game tells of panic in the Aboojo dugout there. Changing the bowlers quickly. I tell you, Matthew hadn't even warmed up, and they informed him that he was going to bowl.
Yeah, but he lives very unhappy. I think he felt maybe he should have picked up a wicket for his side. 79 for 6. After 21 overs is now the score. Tell you something here. Aboojo should need. They should need to get a plan that gives them wickets. Joseph Waguma comes back to bowl from the side of the golf club house. This is the UCMN's 50 over league, Division 1. And this clash is happening between Aboojo and Rounders Cricket Club. Aboojo won the toss and elected to bat first. Sharp turn and bounce there from Joseph. Should be looking at bowling on the offside, as that's where he has a lot of protection. Back dots there. I think, Jeff, even these batters have gotten a plan of trying and make sure that they play out these bowlers, because they know Joseph Baguma and Matthew Musinguzi will tempt you into hitting their balls and you end up falling. So they've also tried and make sure that they keep in, not to give anything away.
Exactly, Ivan. That should be the point. Another fumble there in the field by Barijuka gives them a chance to complete a single. These two bowlers, each remaining with 2 overs. So those are 4 overs. If they can negate those 4 overs without losing a wicket, give their team a chance. They know these are the bowlers to survive. Pacers have had a crack at them, but not fruitful. So they know these are the 2 bowlers to watch out for, Joseph Baguma and Matthew Musinguzi. Joseph Baguma getting some treatment in the previous over from Wawose, hitting 2 boundaries, brought his side back into the contest. Now just a single delivery left in this over. Siraj Nsubuga equal to the task again. 4 overs of the dreaded spin bowling of Matthew Musinguzi and Joseph Baguma remaining. And rounders will feel their chances of winning this one will have gotten brighter.
Kerale Barracks Balijuka, they are trying to chip in a dive, but not getting hold onto that one. The ball has been looking for Hillary wherever he has gone. I tell you something, when if he goes back home, he may see it following him. 8 for 6 after 22 overs is now the score. Matthew Musinguzi comes back to ball from the side of the lake. Starts. That will go past everyone. It's running away, and the batters are running for 2. One of the things that Matthew Musinguzi has done that has been a bit costly for the side is trying to bowl some quicks without informing anyone. At least the wicketkeeper should be knowing when you're bowling a quick one, so that they don't let anything go away. Aboojo now changing the wicketkeeper. Amos Ahura will now keep in the place of Ivan Thawithemwira.
"30 runs are still required in this contest. 27.4 overs. Matthew Musinguzi still bowling from the airport end, bowling his penultimate over. Picked up a 5 already. 5 for 31. Trying to make a breakthrough here for his team. They know a wicket in this partnership will bring them back into the contest.
The dot ball will end Matthew Musinguzi's 9th over. 82 for 6 after 23 overs is now the score. Stephen Wawose and Siraj Nsubuga have both been in, and they have seen it all, facing 40 and 39 deliveries respectively. Siraj has only 4 runs, whereas Wawose has 20. Rounders need 30. from 27 overs.
If Rounders are to walk away with a win, those two batters will have to be there in the middle up to the end. Don't leave it to chance. Don't give the job to another batter. Joseph Baguma continuing from the club end starts off with a dot ball. Very, very beautiful delivery. Joseph bowling his 9th over as well. Picked up a wicket, going for just 27 runs. Feel like at this stage, Siraje is getting a bit anxious. And with that anxiety, he might offer a few chances to the fielders. I want to see him play with the same cool head he had 2 overs ago.
Whether he gets anxious or not, he'll need to keep his head calm. 30 runs look to be few, but if a wicket is lost here, it may be very hard for Rounders pick up the victory. 4 consecutive dots there from Joseph Baguma to try and make sure that he keeps the pressure on.
Very, very good partnership here. 36 between these two. Dug them out of a ditch. With 4 off Siraje's bat and 20 off the bat of Stephen Wabose. Very, very good batting between these two. The highest partnership in the game for either side. Previous one was 31 between Zulu Waraza and Calvin Watua. Second best to the current partnership. Quicker one there to end the over. Siraje watches it. You can feel the heat. The spinners with an over each left to finish their quarters. Aboojo looking to the heavens for some answers. 30 runs still required. Look at that delivery. Very, very good delivery there from Joseph Baguma.
Aboojo Cricket Club, very, very cautious. They are taking some time to choose on who bowls.
Finally, Michael being answered. Unfortunately, Juna being thrown the ball. Ivan, you said you wouldn't want to see him bowl in a chase of a poultry total, but never know, he will be the bowler to pick up the big wickets you need.
Of course, you can chance fortunately Gina to pick up a wicket, but he will need to correct a lot in his bowling.
Oh, unfortunately, he's not given the ball. Innocent Mwebaze, the skipper, will continue from the airport end. Maybe Fortunate will be the first change from the clubhouse end. Those leg spinners have a knack of picking up wickets with their half trackers, those dipping up trackers.
Yeah, but Innocent Movers has been economic in the game already, giving away only 10 runs in 3 overs. You would feel that if he can bowl some tight spells and keep the pressure and the game alive here for the side, he will have done them a lot of good.
At this stage, Rounders just above the required Duckworth and Lewiston method is at 72 and they stand at 82. Doing well for the side. Stephen Wawose taking guard. Dot ball to start with from Innocent Mwebaze. This stage you want to limit them to under 3 runs and over because they are comfortable getting 3 runs and over. So you'd want to limit them to less than that, get into their heads, make them try to change tactics, search harder for the runs. Quick single taken there. Baguma has a shy at the stumps, loses everything. Very, very good backup by Fortunate Alijuna and Hilary Balijuka. That was racing away for many.
But I tell you, Jeff, if that direct hit had connected, maybe by now the story could have been different. Not sure why Wanderers chose to take that risky run, because these two have been playing so calm. The required reduced to just 29 already. You feel that it's time for the beach wears to be gotten out, because this place where we are having this game broadcasted is just close to so many beaches here in Uganda. So don't need to lose another wicket. If you have decided to take them home, carry them and see them reach there. Flicked into the gap. They are running very quickly and they managed to pick up a double. Good batting displayed here by these two.
Very, very good batting there from Siraj and Subuga. Innocent trying to bowl a Yorker, misses his length. That's clipped beautifully off the pads. Pick up a double. The outfield today has been too slow. On another occasion, that could have been a 3 or 4. But what a beautiful shot played by Siraj and Subuga. Required already into the 20s, 27 to be particular. 4 wickets in hand. Required run rate dropping each over, currently standing at 1.07. They already have 3 in this over. Very, very impressive batting display from these two. Proper template of 50 overs cricket.
I tell you something, Jeff. These two batters, Siraje Subuga and Stephen Wabose, have really played the typical 50 over style. Don't go quick at the chase, because when you keep losing wickets, you may end up losing the game. Try and make sure that you bat out your time. They've been there and they've seen it all. 48 and 42 faced by these two. Well, that will run away very, very quickly. 5 runs given away by Innocent Mwebas. They try to go for a lot of pace. That will go down the leg, missed by everyone. And welcoming runs there for Rounders Cricket Club. Now the deficit will reduce to just 22 runs.
Innocent there, guilty once again, trying to go for the Yorker. As you can see there in the replay, misses the length. That strays down the line. 5 wides. More extras on offer. Siraj and Subuga there being deceived by the length of the ball. Tanford didn't rise, kept low and hit him on the arm. Wincing in a lot of pain there. Eight. 22 runs required, and one of your set batters walks off injured. Let's hope Siraje can soldier on. Took his eyes off the ball momentarily there. Thought the ball would rise above his head, pitched short, but that one staying low, hit him on the arm. Taken by the two teams. Instructions coming from the dugout, telling Siraj to fight on. Victory is in sight. All they require now is 22 runs at less than a an over. Required run rate already dropping to 0.88. Very, very good work done by Siraj and Subuga and Stephen Wabose.
I tell you something, if Siraja Subuga had really gotten a serious injury and gotten out, it could have maybe made the game shift and it could have shifted the momentum a lot. But the fact that he can continue to play, of course, after receiving some bit of treatment, will be a very great positive there for Rounders Cricket Club. 90 for 6 is now the current score. "25 overs gone. Fortunate Ali Juna will bowl his over from the side of the golf club house.
Now, Ivan, this is the over we've all been waiting for. Either miracles or miracles for either side. Fortunate could pull off a miracle and pick up a wicket, or Fortunate could have a miracle happen against bowling. We can club by you for a quick fire 22 to end the game in no time. Let's see what he has in stock for Stephen Wabose. Very, very interesting field there.
I tell you something, one mistake that Setimavas has done is make sure that the slow bowlers keep one over. Literally, should have just bowled them out both. But both of them keeping one over, I don't think will really do anything for them anyway. Could start there from Fortunate Ali Juna, just keeping it outside off stump. And still no, so watch it. Another one. Nice and tidy. Fortunate Ali Juna trying to disapprove the miracles whatsoever.
I told you, Ivan, he would be the bowler to take them home. 2 deliveries to start with. Very good deliveries, hitting the right areas. A tossed-up delivery on this occasion, almost making Wabose dance on the wicket.
Yeah, good work there being done. Turn and bounce on that occasion. Fortunate Ali Juna could keep it very nice and tidy the way he's done already. Maybe he should be the bowler, try and make sure that he keeps Aboojo in sight of victory. Dabbed back to him and the fourth dotty ball. Not always known for wearing shades, but today he will bowl with them on. Also goes for a wild swing, but misses that one completely. And Fortunate Ali Juna has another dot. You see what the dot balls do, Jeff. They cause some bit of pressures to the batters, and that's how they go for those swings.
The first time we are seeing Wabose get off plan. Very, very good over there from Fortunate Ali Juna. A maiden over to start with. Almost making Wabose make errors there. Wild swing at the 5th delivery in the over. Very, very good bowling there from Fortunate Ali Juna to start with. Matthew Musinguzi back with the ball to finish his 10 overs.
Matthew Musinguzi will come to bowl his last over. Starts with a dot. All the fielders are inside the circle, try and make sure they keep the pressure on. Rocks back. Brilliant dive. But the scupper through for a quick single. I'll tell you if Innocent Movers had held onto that one and maybe try to effect a run out, maybe could have given inside a very big chance of picking up victory here today.
Yes, Ivan, but very good work in the field by the skipper, putting his body on the line for the team. That was thrashed hard, put in a diving effort and served 3 certain runs. That was rushing away to the boundary. But with that single, Steve Wabose comes to face the music. Tossed up delivery, swings hard at it. Wide is the call from Juma Gavula.
And the wide will reduce the deficit to exactly 20 runs. Good bowling. Matthew Msungu's looking for the good lines. Chance for runs. Runs are coming. They pick 2. Good running, and that now will put the deficit in teens. Exactly 18 runs needed by Rounders Cricket Club to maintain their winning streak. Beautiful bat for Matthew Musinguzi. After putting in his fifer, it may eventually not give them victory. He's done some good work. And that will mark the end of his bowling spell. His ball 10 overs, picked up 5. And he conceded 35 runs. 94 for 6 after 27 overs is now the score.
Ivan, I tell you, Matthew and Joseph Baguma were the 2 bowlers to watch out for. And you can hear the celebrations and elations from the Rounders dugout after Matthew finishes his quarter. But very, very brilliant work he has done, bringing his side back into the contest. 5 wickets for 35 in 10 overs with 2 maidens to go with. Very, very impressive bowling there, regardless of the result at this stage. Fortunately, Juna continuing from the club end, bowling to Siraj and Suvuga. Siraj and Suvuga deciding that he has seen enough. Swings hard at that one. Misses, and there are gentle reminders from the dugout telling him to stay playing on the plan. Stay on the plan. Don't try to play hard. Clipped that one off the pads. Complete an easy 2. Deficit reducing further, 16 required at this stage. Well, Ivan, I tell you, last weekend at a similar stage, Wanderers required 11 odd runs with 4 wickets in hand. The rest is a story wouldn't want to tell again. At match drawn with over 128 deliveries to go. Wanderers all out for 123, chasing 123. That tells you the fight in the bellies of the Aboojo dugout there. Short pitch delivery goes unpunished. I told you leg spinners have those dipping short balls. It will pitch short, but by the time it gets to you, it's dipping, and many a times batters fall guilty, unable to get under the bounce and clear the rope. Siraj and Subuga, another culprit there, but fortunately for him, didn't swing hard at the ball. Another single there off the bowling of Fortunate Alijuna takes the deficit to 15. With a single delivery left in this over, Ivan, who are you giving the win in this particular game?
No matter what happens here on, I feel like Rounders has managed to overcome the test. Of course, they lost 6 quick wickets, and wickets fell in quick succession. But Siraj Sobuga and Stephen Wabos have really turned around the tables. Stephen Wabos they are putting on 20, and Siraj are putting on 10. But those are very, very, very 34 runs that have really made sure that they pick Rounders from the jaws of defeat, and now they are just close to victory.
It's a 52-run partnership. A couple of buys there to go with. Very, very good batting there. Wabose walked in with a side requiring 66. If I'm correct. Pardon me, Siraje. And they've built on. Now they're inching closer to victory. Exactly 14 to win. Joseph Baguma also bowling his last over on the airport end. The skipper there, Innocent Mwebaze, throwing his last trump card into the game, praying for a miracle. If Baguma can pick up a wicket or two for him in this over, he will have done his side a great job. 98 for 6 is the score after 28. Another 14 required in 22 overs. Ivan, we had a chat earlier on. How better can Aboojo go about their batting innings? On 7 occasions, they've batted first in the Division 1 tournament, but yet to cross the 200-run mark. Yet they always have those quick starts.
Kaseja, they are going for that one out chance, but not just connecting. He goes for the bull's eye, but doesn't get it. But I tell you something, as I told you in the first innings, Jeff Aboojo, they need to try and make sure that they play time. This is the reason as why Rounders has moved so close. Despite the fact that Sirajen Sobuga and Wawose haven't really gotten those any boundaries. They have really made sure that they play very, very, very to work. Okay, Seven of us has 2 boundaries. Sirajen Sobuga has none. But you would feel that they have really played and kept the plan. So you need to play time, keep in there, run out chance. But Joseph Aguma fumbles it away. And they live to die another day. The communication between these two is now starting to become scary.
I told you, Siraje getting anxious. You wouldn't want to see him play with nerves at the end. Yes, and no call there could have cost them another wicket. But fortune favors the brave, and they live to see another day. Wide delivery there from Baguma Joseph, trying to attack the pads of Siraj and Subuga, and strays and bowls a wide. 12 required, 2 big hits away with 4 wickets in hand. Of course, Aboojo comfortable in position number 4 on the log. No scares of relegation whatsoever. But rounders, with everything to play for, need to set themselves apart from the chasing pack, get to 8 points, and get out of the relegation battle. Strengthen your chances of surviving in the division. Siraje going for a booming shot there, but that catches the outside edge, and the catch is taken by Keith Danaman at backward point.
You'd feel that the wicket for Aboojo Cricket Club has come a bit late. These two started the partnership, but it's a game of cricket. You never know, things may turn quickly here. But Aboojo finally have the 7th wicket in the bag. But look at that good thinking there from Joseph Waguma, calling it away from him. Sergeant Soboga did not move his feet so well, just chipping it to get the man backward of the point area. Is a catch. Waguma picks up his 2nd wicket, and Aboojo have the 7th. 100 for 7 is now the score after 28.5 overs.
100-run mark up, but 12 more runs required. With 2 more deliveries left in the over, it's not yet done. Pardon me, a single delivery. Joseph Baguma can pick up another wicket for you there. And it will be an interesting finish to the contest. But Siraj and Subuga there, 10 runs off 58 deliveries. Pardon me, 60 deliveries. Doing a great job with Stephen Wabose to dig his team out of the trenches. I told you Siraj was getting anxious, perhaps tired. You could see the decisions he was making. Two calls of yes and no in the over. Play and miss. And finally, he edges one to Keith Danaman.
But he will come as a hero. You better Jonathan Nyiro of the team that represented Uganda. The under 19 World Cup qualifier, just 2 months ago. Admitted in Uganda falling short, and Tanzania dominating everyone in that tournament. Beating everyone from Division 2, qualified for the World Cup. Because of Faguma, can Nyiro survive it? Oh! He's kept shaping at that one, but eventually they'll get those 2 runs by runs indicated. But what a ball there from Joseph Baguma.
A very, very good ball there from Baguma. Batter beaten for pace and turn. Keeper as well. The fielder there at Firstly Pasco. And a complete 2 byes. 10 runs required now from 21 overs. Surely Ivan, with 3 wickets in hand, can't fail to get 10 runs at this stage of the game. Stephen Wabose knows that now he has to take on the task of scoring the 10 remaining runs to see his team to victory. You don't want to give the tail ender a chance. Don't even think about it. Don't give him the responsibility of scoring the runs. Maybe blocking a ball or 2, but not asking him to score the runs. Therefore, these 10 runs should come off a blade of Stephen Wabose without taking many risks.
Yeah, fortunately, Junior there comes back, bowls 1 full. That's played to point area. 10 in 21 overs is now what rounders need. I tell you something, today fortunately Junior has been very, very nice and tidy. Keeping just that good line. But I would feel that bowling to left-handers has given him some advantage. Nearly beaten, nearly misjudged, but not ball in the end.
Exactly what I thought. Ivan bowling to the left hand has given him the freedom to bowl a couple of off spinners. which you wouldn't see him do if he was bowling just to the right-handed batters. But very good batting regardless. Bowling, pardon me. Another short pitch delivery there. Steve Wabose quickly pounces on it and they pick up a single. 9 runs required here on. Ivan, I tell you, having seen Nero bat on a couple of occasions, I don't expect much from him. Try to go for the booming 6.
Yeah, one of the things that costed actually Uganda that under 19 World Cup could be the fact that many of the batters would get excited. Of course, it's a long format game, but look at that field set up there. Everyone just standing close in.
And now that he has many fielders in the close, he will want to prove them wrong. Exactly my point.
But another risky thing that might happen for rounders is that the people who are outside the dugout are making calls for them, telling them biddy, 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 even when the balls are hit straight to the fielders. So never want to be at that position. But 8 from 20.1. Stephen was sweat in the slot, but just hit it right to the deep. Well, that will mark the end of the over. And after that overs, 105 is the total 7 from 120 balls.
And most importantly, Stephen Wabose is on strike, taking on Keith Dan Amani. Very impressive so far. 3 overs, only going for 5 runs. It will be key for him to pick up a wicket and be economical at the same time at his stage of the game. Just 2 hits away for rounders and 3 wickets away for Aboojo. Very, very nervy finish here. Of course, when you look at the resources, not so many wickets in hand, so many balls in hand, and just 2 big hits to take them to victory. So everything to play for in this game.
Good placement in the gap. 2 is the call. And yes, a comfortable double there. An overthrow, and they pick the third. Very so uncalled for there from Aboojo.
Very, very sloppy in the field. Backup could have done way much better. That third run could have been cut off. But regardless of the situation, rounders require 4 more runs.
Just a hit away. A 108 for 7. Aman has been bowling that outside of stump lane, and it has been a bit effective for him.
Yes, Ivan, it has been very effective. We want to see him replicate that. Nero Jonathan trying to wait for the short one. So just keep it outside that line. See if he can play the cut shot. That one guided away to the fielder there, Joseph Baguma. what could be a second slip. Stephen Wawose with a knock for the edges, 30 off 60. Most importantly, seeing his team reach that target of 111. 4 more runs are still required, but he has done a great job to see him close to that.
Last ball to end the over there for Keithdan Aman. The game is just a hit away. But it's been kept alive by Keith. Trying to bowl that outside of stump line. And that will be a dot ball to end the over. After 31 overs, 108 for 7 is the score. Of course, in the other games that are happening, Soroti City Cricket Club currently all over Tornado Bees. In the second game, Tornado Bees won the toss and elected to bat first, but the decision has quickly, immediately backfired as they are 11 for 8 after 7 overs. Kevin Amuge already with 4 scalps in that game. So Kevin Amuge making her debut during the Kuivuka just a few weeks ago. She has 4, and Christine has 2, and Apollo Patricia has 2. Back in the bowling attack there for Det Ali Juna from the side of the golf course. Well, that beautiful shot will wrap up the game. Nice and classy. Straight as you would love to see it. Good shot there, and that will mark the end of the game. Get down. 3-wicket victory there for Rounders Cricket Club. The replay there waiting in your frame. Fortunate Ali Jina going for a googly. Stephen was straight in the slot and played it straight as we'd love to see it for a boundary. And that will give Rounders Cricket Club the victory.
Very, very good work done there by Stephen Wawose. Walked in with his team in all sorts of trouble. Walked in at number 6. Played beautifully for his 34 of 62, including 3 boundaries. Very, very good show there of skill and patience. Rounders picking up their fourth win of the season. That takes their point tally to 8. A quick look at the match summary there. Wawose Steven with 34 off 62. Calvin Watua 20 off 23. And Sirajen Suvuga playing an innings of a lifetime, 10 off 60. The figures won't tell the story, but his partnership with Stephen Wawose digging his team out of trouble. A very, very impressive win from Rounders CC here at the Lakeside Oval. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be back tomorrow for a clash between Kachi B and Nile CC in the Division 2 of the Men's 50 Over League here at Entebbe Ground. But today was a clash between Aboojo CC and Rounders CC. Aboojo winning the toss in this particular contest and electing to bat first. Very, very good start they had. But unfortunately, they were bowled out for 111. Joseph Baguma there topping the run charts for them with 31 off 34. Asaba Brand chipping in with a contribution of 20 off 16. And Ivan Tawitamwera with a quick fire 15 off 7. Narinda Singh there, the pick of the bowlers for Rounders 2 in 2. Mark Brian Masaba, 7 runs for 2 wickets in 3 overs. And Sirajen Suvuga, 2 wickets for 19 runs in his 5 overs. A very, very good show there out in the field for rounders. That set the platform for them to come and chase. Wasn't an easy chase, but Stephen was there, the wicketkeeper for the day, standing tall, hitting 34 off 62 to see his team to victory.
Well, as we sign out from today, tomorrow there will be games, and in Division 1, Catch Tigers will visit Jack at Kinshasa Cricket Oval. Tornado Bees will visit Siren Lions at the Salente Park in Kamengo. SKLPS will take on St. John's SS at the Florida Cricket Oval, whereas Catch Tigers B in their debut season will take on Nile at this very ground. My name is Ivan Cyprian Sajabi, and for now, it's a wrap up from me.
Thank you, Ivan. Good evening to our viewers. See you tomorrow.
Innocent, hard luck about the loss. I would love to know. There was a moment where you needed just to break the partnership of Sirajan Subuga and Stephen Waboso to try and get back into the game. What was going through your head during that time of the game?
So I think we wanted to keep things simple and keep the bowlers who are on form, who had gotten a good day. And well, we had a bowler who had gotten 5 wickets, and the spin was working better for us because the wicket was struck in turn. Though, well, cricket always there's always a partnership that will always come through. And Stephen and Siraj, they orchestrated a better partnership, and well, we got a few chances there, but they played it out well. They played off the people who are on form, the people who had a good day, and well, credit goes to them. Credit goes to them.
We didn't see you use Pascal Murungi and Enoko Kaseja, players who have been bowling well in the trial games for the national team. What was the plan? Because we saw you going for Kithdan Aman in the game.
Well, at that point, we're falling back to our best bowlers according to the situation, and the situation was suiting the bowling of Keith, so that's why we opted him. And the medium pace wasn't really extracting much, so we opted for slow deliveries. So that's why we thought it was a better option. And well, he executed his lines, though it was a better day for the other side.
Good luck, Innocent, and all the best in your next game.
Thank you.
You're hearing?
It works.
You already live. Oh, sorry.
Congratulations. What was the plan from the dugout for the next batters?
Uh, when we lost early wickets, whoever was coming in, we decided to tell them to dig in, play out the overs. If we can manage to play out the overs, we have higher chances of winning. That is what we were told every batsman.
Chasing 111 runs, was there a time where you felt like maybe the runs turned out to be so many?
This season, we as rounders chasing has been our problem. So we thought 100 was chaseable, but we looked at Aboojo's previous game where they defended 123, and we said we need to push hard so that we don't let them in. But fortunate enough, the big partnership with Siraj and Wabose really pushed us through.
Congratulations, Darine, and all the best in your next game.
Thank you.